So we're recording now. We're not live, but we're recording for YouTube, so. All right, welcome to the January 23rd, 2026 meeting of the Ware Finance Committee. Friday night. Happy Friday, everybody. We'll start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Don't forget your microphone. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
on.
turn your mics on, please. I don't think we have to worry about that one right now. First item is we'll review and vote on the minutes from the 13th of January, 2026. Can somebody make a motion on that?
Move to accept.
Okay, second? I'll second.
Second. Oh,
Okay, Carrie got it. Were there any comments or notes on the meetings? Questions? All right, being none, all those in favor of approving the minutes for January 13, 2026, say yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? Abstained. Okay, that is 10 of us, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 0, 0. All right, everybody got little handouts today. They were emailed as well.
Chairman, before we begin, I'd like to suggest that you put into the minutes the fact that Elizabeth resigned.
Yep.
And to express at least my disappointment that she's not with us.
Acknowledged, yep. Elizabeth, everybody got the email today where she resigned today and was acknowledged by the town moderator, and he thanked her for her time on the committee. I will do the same. Anybody else has anything they want to say? It's okay.
I agree. I think she brought a good perspective to kind of open the discussion.
Yep, she's very thoughtful.
Not only that, she's bright and her questions were insightful, so
Mhm.
I'll miss that.
Okay. Got some handouts. I sent PDFs of the All Pass Finance Committee recommendation as of now. And then there's a budget comparison sheet, which is in landscape mode. Neil, you had asked about this specifically, comparing current operating budgets to,
Is this something I should print it out? Or is this something you're handing out now?
nope, no, I did not hand it out, I'm sorry. It was in your package. You can take mine if you want.
No.
I don't think a lot of us brought it because we've been getting copies here, so I
Yeah.
saw no need to print.
Yep.
So
I can make copies of this.
Either that, or maybe you could just put it on the projector. That works too.
That works.
Yeah, we can do that. And I want to make a couple corrections before we go any further too. That's, till I connect this mic.
I'm so looking forward to that snow.
Me too.
My favorite. My snowshoes are ready.
Can't even go south
Tractor
for more
just got
warmth.
the oil changed and the grease. I'm so
I have an
excited.
elderly dog that's gonna be really rough.
For my fourth day of skiing today.
Hard enough right now. Otherwise, I'm
Cold in the snow.
Well,
You didn't?
gonna live in
She
New
sent it to
Hampshire.
the committee, so maybe she missed you.
Doing half. Everybody doesn't, but
It's possible.
Same in Wisconsin, if you can't cope
You
with
want one of
further
us
than
to forward it
so you have it?
or you can
Don't
see
go
it.
on to
She
Wisconsin.
are
said
you from there originally?
yeah.
Okay.
Doing it?
Do you remember about sports at all? Do
Yeah?
Oh, can you do kind
you
of?
remember the ice bowl for the Packers? Way back in the 60s?
Yes? You were there?
My daddy took, we three kids and my mom, we were there because he has
Just
Wow.
barely makes it.
tickets, he used to play for him, so we were at the ice bowl.
Wow. I love the history of the Packers.
It's a
great.
lot of fun.
It's great.
Okay, good.
I was sad to see the Bears take them out, but
All right. So
We need a new coat.
in the spreadsheet, there are fixed values in the first tab. which are the assessment value, county and state tax, and what value of home are we using for calculating the cost. It's a variable now. Last year's NAB is in there, and last year, current budgets.
I do have a question on the current budget. The approved default last year was 8,900,000 and 8,927,570. That increased throughout the year. I was wondering if it would make sense to go off the default operating budget from last year, or go off the revised, updated, current budget as of right now, if that makes sense.
My intention was to put the default budget, which is what passed last year.
Yes, that was the
So
8,900,000.
this is the wrong number?
Yes.
Okay.
I printed it out.
With the approved articles on top of it?
So this is what was right here, the 8,927,570.
Okay, yep. That's the whole budget, which would include the articles rolled in.
Correct.
Is it,
I think that was the town budget.
isn't the 2025 town budget $9,006,111?
That's
What
what
we voted on last year. And then it's also in the,
By default, it's what was in place, right? Which is what I think.
I also have the town mailer, hold on. Too.
But don't we need to include the warrant articles? And this comes up to,
Because they're.
Yeah,
total.
because they're built in now.
Yeah, they carry over.
That's,
Well, this was that was last year's, well, right here for the town budget, the default was 8,000, oh, this has 9,027,570
that $8,927,570.
for the town budget.
Including all of the warrant articles.
I think that's just the town budget.
No, the 8 million is
Yeah.
the town budget, it doesn't have the warrant articles attached
So that's
in
the
it.
whole operating cost, including the warrant articles?
Hmm.
Okay,
I think that's the number I was using.
okay, sorry,
So that one doesn't include the articles then?
correct. That's just the town budget portion. Which, okay, nope,
Well, which one should we use, I guess? This
nope,
one?
that one, sorry.
Okay, nope, that's okay. No apologize. It's better to question something and find out where we should be.
Yep.
Is everybody okay with that number?
Yeah.
I'm using that for comparison to kind of come up with these numbers here, to actually come up with these numbers, so. The 9,006,11 is what I have, that's pulled in. All right, so these three numbers here, in this column are these values right here,
Okay.
the starting point. So, this is the default that that has been put out here, and here's the difference over the current operating budget and the percent over the current operating budget. This is the proposed budget. This is the dollar over default and the percent over default, and then the dollar over current budget and the percent over current budget. So you can see where we're leaping up to, and you can see the default proposed difference for the current proposed. And the current default is just compared to last year. That's the only thing to compare it to.
So, let's see if I understand this. The 7%, 7.02% in the far right-hand upper corner,
Yep,
you could highlight that,
yep,
the 7%.
yep.
That 7% represents the percentage that the proposed budget for 2026 is above the current budget for 2025.
Column B, right, the one that was
Column B.
passed,
Right,
the one we're working with.
okay. And the 3.66%, the one below that 7.2, is the percentage Well, that's for the school.
That's for where,
Sorry. Then the 4.16%, column J.
yep, is the proposed over default.
Which, yeah.
And this
Okay.
was proposed over current.
And but the 2 point, column F,
Yep,
is that the percentage of the default over current?
yep,
Okay, so if we don't approve the town's proposed budget, we would have a 2.74% increase in the budget because of the default.
from what we're working on.
If we approve the town's budget, it's a 0.02% increase.
Right, right.
Thank you.
And I just threw in the percent over default just to show how much the proposed is over the default.
I don't know if we'll get into it, it's a little more complicated, because like John Stark, they got almost $1 million in extra revenues this year from special ed, so the tax rate actually goes down for John Stark, even though their
Right.
budget increase goes up. So
Oh.
the revenues matter to the tax rate, even though this is only showing budget percentage
These are just
increases.
top line, what they put up for a budget. What we pay in taxes is based upon these numbers minus the revenues.
But isn't it also true that these numbers assume that the proposed revenue will be higher by the same proportion as last year? In other words, there's an assumption built into these numbers that revenue for 2026
Goes up.
is not going to be the same as 2025.
Yeah, hopefully goes
It'll
up.
be up proportionally.
Right. Yeah, if revenue grows by 1% this year, then a default budget's only gonna be a 1.6, 1.7 increase. We don't know that number right now. That's our presumption. When you get to these sheets, the all pass, all fail finance committee recommendation, these are bottom line costs. So it's those budget numbers minus the revenue they reported. So they got revenue, that brings the default and the proposed down from a tax impact perspective, right? Those numbers on the first tab, the previous tab, those are just top line, what they put on paper. These are what we will actually pay for, right? And so, yeah, so Kate said, you know, it's $5.04 for the John Stark proposed budget. That might actually be a tax difference of almost nothing from last year, because there's more revenue this year than there was last year, so. Even though their budget is an increase of X, the revenue might make it flat. I don't have a comparison of that here, but I also want to point out that Bill identified that I had the wrong numbers in the John Stark articles, other than the budget, right, the 4 articles. I had the total dollar amount that they were gonna cost, I didn't have the where portion only, so they all went down, because we split 60-40 with Henniker roughly, right? So, given that, if everything passes, we're down to 9.66% instead of, it was 14, and then they took the sprinklers out, and you'll notice the sprinklers aren't in, they're
Correct.
blacked out. That brought it from 14 to 10.5. Bill's correction brought us from 10.5 to 9.6, so
So they're not putting in the sprinklers this year? Okay.
that was $1 million that came out of this calculation. That's why it was so high at 14%.
There was some discussion late in the game of maybe pulling it out and thinking about in the future whether you want to bond it out.
Okay,
The paying for it all in 1 year basically impacts people who are.
Too much.
Well, if they live here that 1 year, they pay the whole thing.
yeah, that's true.
Whereas bonding it out, you get people moving in and share costs.
Fair.
So I think they're thinking about that.
They're gonna do a study,
Yeah.
the superintendent said.
Okay,
So,
that's a good idea.
that's good because it gives us a better picture of what the impact would be if we say recommend everything and it passes. And we also don't have to talk about it, so. Consider though, if we recommend everything, we will be recommending a 9.6 increase. Statistically, over the past 3 or 4 years, that number has been about 2% over because the revenues shift. So last year, our recommendation came square at a 2% higher than actual. So if, in your mind, if you want to consider that, if you say yes to everything, you're really only 7.5%. in reality. Potentially, it could be that as an actual, okay?
So
This
what
is a worst-case number.
What is that for a house on $400,000 home?
836.
Wow,
That's your increase.
That's your increase.
that's a lot.
Yeah. Now, again, that number will come down by some amount, potentially, if this 9.6 turns into 7.6. I just want to be fair about that, make sure that we're not glooming and dooming on here. There is definitely a drawdown on that typically.
But the schools have kind of thrown up a red warning flag that don't expect the same amounts back this next year.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with this, it's the budget they're currently operating under.
They're going to spend it,
It probably will not be very little chuckles.
'Cause it's a
pennies
default.
on the dollar coming back. It isn't gonna be like last year, Ware Schools gave back $162,000, and Stark had about $400,000 split. So if you take six.
We get 300 of that.
So you take 240 plus 160, that's 400,000, and I think the town was about 360 or something like
There's
that.
368 from the town?
360 something.
385.
so as
385, okay.
that amount reduces, it'll close the gap on this 2%
Oh, yeah.
becomes maybe 1%,
But
right?
Bill's
Potentially.
point is that that's not going to happen this year.
Well, it may
Not
not.
Ware. Ware is pretty clear that their special education expenses are running so much higher
Right.
that they fear they will have to go into their special education reserve fund
Correct.
in order to balance the budget. So their finance guy is basically saying, don't expect any money back. So, yeah, there could be something, but it's going to be small. Is that true for Stark also? Or is that?
Oh, yeah, I think both of them.
And that's not unique to Ware, I guess that's happening in a lot of school districts around.
Yes.
Yes.
My daughter-in-law is on the new Boston School Board, and they have facing the same issue down there.
Special education.
Special education blowing up on them, you know.
Another change I want to mention is the all fail. So it affects all three of these scenarios, right? All fail was 0.5%, it's down to 0.1. That's mostly because of the sprinklers that come on, the $1 million. No, I'm sorry, it's not because of that. The Ware budget revenue went up since I did this sheet, and their budget came down a little bit. So we went from 0.5% to 0.1%, 0.2%, as far as if everything fails and the default budgets are in place next year. So it doesn't take much to go from 0.5% to 0.16. It was like a difference of like a couple $1,000, and the revenues went up and the budget number came down. I don't know why it came down, but it shifted. There's always a little bit of shifting in the numbers that you get in December, November. Revenue went up because they collected, in the past 2 months, they probably collected more in vehicles and dogs and transfer station, whatever, so we got more money coming in. That tweaked the number a little bit. So, Neil, you mentioned that was 0.5 at one point, I just wanted to call that out.
Can I throw one other thing out?
Please.
And I don't know, that's just using like the county tax and that, and the state education tax, that's same as last year's numbers?
No, those are higher. Those are the new numbers.
Oh, they are, that's what I want to make sure.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
They both went up a little bit. One of them went up, I think the state education tax went up a bunch. One of them went up significantly, like a couple of tenths. I have that sheet if you want to know what the numbers are, but I got last year's sheet.
But I know past years we've had trouble figuring out what those numbers would be.
Well, we use the old numbers as estimates,
Yeah,
and the new numbers have come in.
have they, yeah, okay, I didn't know they would be available. Because I actually thought that,
Yeah, they were 107 and 143, county and state, and they went up to 130. The county went up a bunch, and then
okay,
this went up from 33 to 44, the state ed one.
yeah, I thought that one might actually go down because Chris and his numbers up at the,
Actually, it went from 143 to 144, not much change.
okay.
It was
The county that drove the
County went up.
increase.
a bunch, but that's,
Okay,
yep.
no, that's not something. Those are the real numbers.
And so if you look at the Finance Committee recommendations, so far, we voted on, I have all the votes in here that, where there's numbers, where there's 3 numbers, we voted on those. Okay? If you look at how that impacts the tax rate based on our so far, it's 6.01 is what we have voted to recommend so far.
Voted on the town unit.
The one that was.
Does that assume that we have voted for the default or the proposed budget for the schools in the town?
That goes with the default right now. Yeah. So default's gonna pass if we don't, if it doesn't get recommended and pass in the vote.
We're already at 6%?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. 2164 to 2294 is what we've recommended so far.
We might need to revote on
Yeah.
stuff we've already,
And this,
I was
yeah,
thinking the same thing.
this is not including proposed budgets, teacher contracts.
If you said in
Yeah.
the beginning, you went.
Oh, no, teacher
said
contracts
that
are in
if
there.
everything passed, it would be,
If everything passes, the
9.6.
tax rate, according to the sheet that I have, is 21.64.
well,
Not-
then what's the 9-point thing?
That's if everything if everything is recommended and passed, taxes will go up, estimated 9.66.
Well, then how are you getting to 21?
Mine is dollars, his is
No.
percentages.
Yeah.
Ah,
2164 is the current rate.
okay.
There's the 21.
So let me just look at that. There was a question on, so these, the contracts, I've got them in as recommended, but we didn't vote on those. So let me see what I got going on here. Oh, I was playing around, sorry. I was role-playing, simulating my votes.
Thanks, fella.
And I've got, sorry to scare you, I've got all these as ones, I was just playing around. So let's, hold on. Where are we? All right,
There we go.
Counting.
2.77, that feels,
All
That's
right,
better?
that's
That
better.
Seems,
so that's where default budget, no contract. John Stark default budget, no contracts, none of that other stuff. Town default, and then the things that we have voted on, that have a tax impact. Some things we voted on don't have a dollar impact, so they don't show up. Obviously, they don't, there's no dollar, so,
So,
All right,
at the moment,
sorry about that.
if we make no changes to this, all the defaults, no contract, et cetera, we already have an increase that's equal to the rate of inflation.
Right at inflation, yeah.
And we still have the town.
Kate, you can move into,
it's okay.
I'm gonna probably stand here.
I've got the spreadsheet on my
Yep.
computer, but I'm.
Yep. So for you, yeah, if you're playing with the spreadsheet, consider that I may have sent you one that has my, I wanted to see what would happen based upon certain things. So,
And what we would do?
nice having a live data.
see if we're paying attention.
He's trying to influence
Influence.
our votes.
No, not at all.
He's just trying to get the meeting done.
Nope, and I wanna be transparent about, Bill identified an error and we fixed it and it's reflected in this copy, so this is the real gold copy right now.
Just being like me last year, I was writing up the blurbs before we voted.
Being proactive.
Speculating.
That's
You can write them off to the side,
Yeah.
pro and con, and then put a link.
You just gotta write two, Bill. When you do that, you gotta write two.
But you're saying, I think that's what's gonna happen.
Okay. The other thing I wanna mention, and then we can start picking off some articles now, or revisiting some articles if we want. In the town warrant, there was the 3% raise, article. That got modified, amended on Monday. Article,
Is
Thir-
this draft accurate?
this is current language, yes.
Oh,
As of Monday, town warrant.
This item is current.
yeah.
Yes.
It's in your packet, and you have the school warrants as well. Those are current. So Article 13 in the town warrant, did we vote on, no, we did not vote on this one yet because it was,
We were all
it was
confused.
still a little vague, right? There was some question. Article 13 is now, everybody gets 3%. There's no merit basis anymore. They're gonna revisit the reviews and merit system next year and potentially bring it back. So the number went up, so I actually have to adjust this sheet.
By a very small amount.
Yeah, it's not much. couple thousand, I think.
Everyone was getting at least 2.8%.
Yep.
Up to 3, so there was a very little.
The merit was only a .2.
And it was like only 3 people, I think, 3 or 4 people, because they had already done the reviews. So they know what everybody would get. That's how they came up with the number.
Yeah.
And it was just, there was a few people that had, everybody had a 2.8. Only a couple people had a 3.0. Nobody got below 2.8.
That'll make you get out of bed.
70, so that's now, I'm gonna change it here, 76,372. That's just gonna change a little bit, but not a lot.
I went a lot here than nothing, then I retired.
So that brought the all pass up to 9.67, so a tenth of a tenth. Not a big change. There were 2 other changes they made, but I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, it was just language. On the library one, they put the word library, part-time employee.
Correct.
Didn't say library at first.
Yeah, the assistant.
That was number 18. Assistant Library Director position. I think it was the article title that they changed, if I'm not mistaken. It's only 4 days ago. So based upon that, we have not voted on the 3% raise yet. And I don't know if anybody feels like the library change was significant enough to, because we already voted on it, I believe.
We did.
How to, if anybody wants to readdress it, it's their prerogative.
Are we including Elizabeth's votes in our totals from the vote she was present for?
We did,
Okay.
and if we change it, it'll be a different population, if we revote. Yep. Yeah, so 13 was 3% for all. Article 18, they added library assistant director position, that's in the text.
I don't know if we talked about it here, but they did switch out the 2 veteran articles for the disability and then the veterans and all veterans.
They
that-
separated them, right.
Where is that?
11 and 12, is it?
11 and 12.
11 and 12 are now 2 separate. You know what, and I didn't reflect that on my sheet. I just have one veteran.
Well, the
'Cause-
first one is 0 impact.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
The
true.
second
Article.
one would be, that full
Correct.
91,700.
Oh, okay.
So
So I don't have the other one in here, but I have the money one.
but for the mailer, we should probably make sure both of them are on there.
For our, yeah, we'll have to,
Yeah.
We'll need to vote on it.
we'll need to vote on 11,
Yep,
but
I
there's
agree.
no tax impact of the calculation, but I'll add it here anyways. And so we'll have to have language for that. They also said that Article 11, which is the service-connected permanent disability, 323 people taking that. Article 12 is 44, just for context.
300 what?
No, that was
the other way.
different.
Did I have it backwards?
No, it was only 44 all veterans, and then the other one was 300. What was the exact number?
I have 323.
Okay.
323 is 12.
323 was the veterans and 44 was the all veterans.
Correct.
We didn't ask how many people were getting the service-connected permanent disability one.
That one doesn't matter since it doesn't have the cost.
How do you know that it doesn't, how can a voter determine this has no cost? This
This,
is so obtuse, this language is so obtuse.
I know.
I mean, we could put an explanation.
In our
We
recommendation.
need to put it in our explanation so that people can
Agree.
understand it.
It's just making it where they can, there used to be 2 credits and now there's a state law where you are not allowed to stack the credits. And they used to be able to stack them, so now we're condensing them into a single credit that is worth the same amount as the 2 were stacked together.
You can write the
Yeah, you're right though, that's
So
the,
they
that's the
can
essence.
collect double.
And then we're increasing the other one.
No, well, they could collect both before, now
Yeah.
it's in one.
So we're just letting them do the same thing that they were able to do before.
Do we know how much Article 12 costs?
Yes, it's
91. 91,750. It's this one.
9,000?
91,750.
That's 367 people. That's what the other number was. It was the combination of 323 and 44.
So how many people will benefit from this $91,000 tax?
367.
367.
Are they not gonna put the tax impact into the articles?
They are. Which one?
It's that final line, they have it underneath.
Which one are you looking at?
I'm just looking at all of them. It doesn't look like there's a tax impact on any of them.
Oh, not in here.
Oh, well, now.
Yeah.
It's in the binder that they handed out, but it's
Yeah.
not in here.
Yeah, I see that one, but in this
Yeah,
one,
that's interesting.
That one's listed at 7 cents.
That's just the language there.
okay,
There.
12 is
okay, but it will get added
Is
in,
12
okay.
7 cents?
12 is 7 cents.
I don't know why it's not in there yet, but.
Yeah,
And Article 11 is 0, right?
correct.
Right.
And then 12 will be the 7 cents.
Yep. Trying to find the other one that changed. Which one? Did we vote on number 23 yet? Transfer station special revenue fund, I think we did.
Yeah, I thought so.
No, for the 50 to 100, we didn't.
We did it?
Yeah, we did, nine to
Did we?
one.
I thought so.
I got a 9 to 1 on there.
9 to 1
What
4.
article?
23.
I actually had a question about that one and how it's written. Saying that it has a tax impact of $0 seems dishonest. Because, I mean,
It's-
I voted in favor of it, but it is not a zero.
It's a future tax impact, right,
Um,
less revenue.
Yeah, I don't know if that's,
Well,
if we
it-
wanna make sure we point that out in the blurb.
In a way, it's circular. It just helps the revenue come closer to where it's being expended because they did put in the hauling cost in, which was essentially a wash. So it's really allowing that
Gonna come out
revenue
of the
to
budget.
come out. So it's just
But any excess that would have come back
correct.
is no longer being used to offset.
Right.
So without your choice, and once again, I voted for it, I'm
Yep.
okay with it, but it isn't zero tax impact. That's the only thing I have with these tax impact numbers, is they're not
Right. If the
But this
hauling,
is-
accurate.
But this is the tax impact on this is indeterminable.
right,
Right, so,
That's true.
but maybe I think it's worth noting in a blurb
yeah.
that
Huh.
there is some impact, although we don't know what it is.
Well,
But how do you
it-
say that? There's some impact, but we don't know what it is. It's not going to make.
Well,
it
indeterminable
make a lot
Both
of
directions,
sense.
right?
Yeah,
If
it
they-
could.
If there's a loss in that fund, then then
Well,
there's
it's
a negative.
we'd have to pay for it somehow.
Yeah.
Get dinged for it.
So in the blurb, we should definitely mention that 50% of the revenues are gonna, 50% additional more revenues are gonna stay in the fund, but they're gonna pay for the hauling services. It's unclear what the ratio is of one cost to the other revenue,
Is it fair to say the hauling cost is currently
and it come out
more
of,
than what the revenue's coming in, but future revenue income's uncertain?
No, what they've said very clearly is they will adjust the revenue to meet the hauling costs. When the hauling costs go up, they will change the fees for you when you come in with your
Yeah.
stuff.
No,
Oh,
this is something different.
What they get for the metal, like aluminum, what they get from the
This is
recyclable.
recyclables.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
that's
is
right,
hauling-
it's recycling. yeah.
hauling trash, basically, right?
Right,
Yeah.
but this covers.
But they
the
have to
hauling-
haul the recyclables
Yes,
to
and this
be
covers
able to
all the
recycle,
hauling
so,
costs, all of them.
yeah,
All the hauling costs.
correct.
Because the hauling costs will never go down.
That's for sure.
Oh,
Fuel will go up,
Vehicles,
times,
tires.
tires,
And
maintenance.
it is indeterminable, we don't know how it's gonna change over
Yeah.
time.
fair.
But the amount of stuff that goes down there, I don't see will get less anytime soon.
I think we would look 5 years back, 5 years from now, and see if it was a good decision or not, and it could be changed.
But in the end, the town budget had to make up for any shortfalls here.
Right.
So in that sense,
That won't happen.
it is
No.
a
Yeah, with the
zero
scale.
impact bill, right? Warrant article.
So help me out here. In the future, it turns out that we have a lot more garbage and a lot less recyclables than we have today.
Right.
This article passes. Are we better, or is the taxpayer better or worse off?
You won't know because a lot of this has to depend on what you're getting paid for recyclables.
I
You can
assume
have
that-
less
It
recyclables,
fluctuates a
but
lot.
plastic could go off the wall and bring in a lot of money, or cardboard could suddenly become a major thing.
But-
So even if all your recyclables had decreased, if you've got the right recyclable that's making money, you can actually not have a problem. It all depends on that market.
Wouldn't DPW have to then spend from their fund if the cost of
Yeah.
hauling goes
Correct.
above the revenues, right?
If recyclable values go down, but the volume remains the same,
Correct.
they have the same hauling costs, but
Correct.
lower income,
Right,
and the fund picks that up.
right.
Conversely, if recyclable income goes up, hauling costs stay the same, the fund then increases.
So are we subsidizing the trash fee with recyclables?
I think this is only to pay for the hauling of the recyclables themselves, not
Not trash?
not the trash.
Is that clear
hauling.
in the article? Because I thought it was all hauling
I
costs.
thought it was only the recyclable hauling. It's all hauling?
Well,
Not limited to recycling.
all expenditures related to recycling operations to be paid from the
Oh.
fund.
To increase the percentage of revenues received from recycling operations deposited into the fund from 50 to 100.
Okay,
So
it,
they're only getting recyclable revenues
is.
now, right?
yeah,
50% of it.
yeah, and it is only recyclable, okay,
So it's not trash hauling?
right, correct.
So it could go in either direction over time.
Does, where does the money, so when they put the scale in, all of that scale money is going to go into this fund?
No,
This is a separate thing.
Forget that, that's totally separate.
you're on a
All right,
different
the
program.
scale is for the garbage, not
Correct.
garbage, but building
Demo.
stuff.
C and
Demo.
D.
Yep.
But that's a different fund, you said, or the same fund?
No,
Different,
different
it's got its
animals.
own fund.
no,
Yep.
is that the case? Is there a separate fund for that?
For what? That will have a slight I don't wanna say revenue, but it will slowly collect the fees to replace and do the maintenance it will take care of its own.
It's Article 20.
Is there a special fund for that?
Not
Not
yet.
yet.
Beth
Not yet.
said that she's going to track the revenue this coming up year the same way she tracks revenue for the police details, and that they will create a new fund next year that the revenues from this year, should it pass, go into, and then it will
Right.
have its own fund. But that has not been created and is not being created as part of this.
Right.
The only thing we've heard from them is that they will be charging enough money from people who
Correct.
deposit general to cover the cost of operating the scale, and I don't know if that includes labor or not, and the cost of replacing the scale. So if the scale is a 20-year life and it costs $100,000, every year they're gonna be adding $5,000 in some way to the fees per ton, so that they get that money, goes into the fund, and assuming inflation isn't an issue, you've got $100,000 to replace the scale after its 20-year life.
The fund that's paying for the scale is the same one that is being discussed in the recyclables, 50 to 100%. Transfer station special revenue fund, just for reference.
Do you have the article
Oh.
that created that fund, so we know what goes into it? Because I thought it was, we were saying it's just recyclables. Are you saying it's something else that goes in there?
Well, In Article 23, it's mentioning a transfer station special revenue fund. In Article 20, it says transfer station recyclable special revenue fund.
Yeah.
Can't remember if there are two funds or if that's just a typo.
I think it's the same fund,
Yeah,
and they're using, they want that transfer station special revenue fund to increase so that they can use it for capital projects at the transfer station. And so they're wanting to increase the percentage for it, but they're using that same money to pay for the scale, but then that's why they need the new fund created next year, so that the revenue from the scale goes into its own fund to pay for
Correct.
the,
So it doesn't disappear in the
Replacement.
budget and they don't have it.
yeah, so that it doesn't go back into that special revenue fund and get spent on something else.
if it's the same fund, then Article
Separate.
23 is missing a key
Yes.
word.
You're correct.
Does anybody have a fund sheet, from the beginning of the season?
Somewhere.
We can see if there's actually two funds or not, because 23 would be sticky if they don't fix that. Or it could be fixed at deliberative, but
We have the, school, I only have the school district.
I did mine too.
I thought I had it.
You have a town report,
I have when that article
I can
was
go get
passed.
one.
that puts it at the end of a lot of the sheets.
There's still some
Fund
in the post
balances?
office.
Can you get up there?
I have a key. I can get in there.
I should get one. So we don't
Is
sit
it,
here and
is it
guess.
in there though? Is the,
This was an article last year, I think. Go 5400.
Yes, but it didn't include the hauling costs.
Right.
Neil, did you say it's in the town report?
It should be in the town report.
I can go get one.
We'd mark it
It's not in the budget summary?
If we have a
No,
bunch, bring
the-
them up.
I think there were
amount in
only a
the fund
couple.
would not be in the budget.
Okay,
I'm just looking for the name of the fund, too.
okay.
Thank you, Jess.
Transfer station recycling special revenue fund.
Okay.
That was what was on the ballot last year, failed. That's what they called it. Transfer station recyclable special revenue fund.
So that fund did not get created? Or that was to,
Oh, that was to change it from 50 to 100. It was
Oh.
established in 2022.
so there is a recyclable revenue fund. And now the question is there a special, just a special revenue fund for the transfer station?
I don't think so.
I think it means this one.
Yeah, which means Article 23 has to be adjusted, right?
You just, yeah.
But that's a technical adjustment.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have to go down that rabbit hole too far.
Would that be something that we would recommend during the town meeting or before?
It has to be done at deliberative.
Okay.
They can't change it now, I don't think. They had the public hearing already, but deliberative is a chance to amend language.
They can be told about it and they can change it at deliberative too. They can.
They could, yeah, it doesn't change the intent, well, as long as it doesn't change the intent of the article, it can be changed.
Okay.
I take it back. The
That's okay.
annual reports they have are like from the schools, so they must have been out of the town ones.
We could just mention that I'll mention it to Beth.
So, as far as we're concerned, we're assuming there is only one transfer station fund.
That's good, yeah.
Yeah,
I had a copy of that. I don't know what that.
Can you pull the town report up? Is it on computer? Is it not posted on the town website? Just asking,
Probably
don't
is.
know.
I don't know.
The computer whiz kids?
Hmm?
The computer whiz kids.
I don't know if, I have scanned copies of older ones up to like 2022.
Yeah, I can do it.
You have it?
What, you want 2025?
Yeah,
2025 is, I don't think it's out yet, 2024 would work.
yeah, 2025 is, in process.
Is now.
Yes.
Yeah.
We function a year behind.
Okay, 2020. And then we're looking for
Transfer station.
Any fund list.
Special revenue fund is some kind of special fund.
The only place it's needed is in Article 20, the transfer station recyclable special revenue fund. There's no transfer station
But-
special revenue fund
but
anywhere in the
What
document.
does it
In the
say in
back
the
of the
recyc?
book, in the back of the book, there should be a list of all the
Fund
special
balances.
funds we have with the balances. So fund balances, something like that.
I think that's the only fund they have.
It makes sense.
Yeah. Missing from
I thought they had some,
the
didn't
name.
they have some sort of a fund for equipment?
No. They'd like to.
What if they're taking the scale out of the recyclables, right? The scale is costing taxpayers nothing because there's money in some fund that's paying for it. Is that from the recyclables fund, or is there a separate fund in the transfer station?
No, it's
It
the recyclable.
We're
says-
only finding one fund.
It says
right?
transfer station recyclable special
Yeah,
revenue fund.
recyclables.
Where they
That's
pay
the
for
source?
the
Yes.
scale.
Huh.
Because they had to check to make sure that that
Article
was.
23, it seems like it's just an omission because they want to go from 50 to 100. I think that's the recyclable fund.
Yes.
And I think that might be, they might have an equipment fund as well, I don't remember, but that 23 is missing the word recyclables twice. Pass that along. Okay, so of the ones we voted, Forester, Cypre, Library, Solar, Cruiser, 50 to 100 on that fund. Part-time to full-time DPW scale, all these ones. Does anybody have anything that they want to revisit? The only one that really changed was the 3%, which we haven't voted on, so.
I would like to revisit the discussion on the police cruiser. There is concern with the chief, just on the commentary for, the rebuttal against the police cruiser wanting to use alternate funds to fund the cruiser. And there's no other funds other than using the warrant article to fund it. So he wanted to make sure there wasn't confusion. So I don't know if, unfortunately, we can't get more information about like other mindsets. The last time we had the discussion, it was, wanting other revenues, but how do we make sure not to,
We can revote
We-
right now because she's not here.
we can, I, open transparency,
If it
I don't know if
solves the
that's a
problem.
right
Yes.
That's all.
answer,
Solves the
but,
problem.
How do we bring it up to revote?
What's the issue?
so there was, the nay on the police cruiser wanting to use alternate funds other than the warrant article, but the warrant article is the only method available to fund the police cruiser.
Yes,
She
she
had
wants.
no
So-
idea what those funds were. She was just throwing it out there that there might be other funds and we ought to go look
At
for
some
them.
point in the future, maybe.
She had no idea. She was just tossing it.
I don't wanna speak for Elizabeth, but I think it was, talking about things like grants.
Right. Yeah, she
That
mentioned
was-
We got a grant a couple of years ago for
Yeah,
police cruiser.
and that-
Wait for a grant, but the problem is, time marches on, vehicles deteriorate,
Right.
including plow trucks, including cruisers.
Yeah.
And if you don't get the grant, you can't run the car.
Correct.
So,
Wouldn't you all be surprised, as I would be, if the chief wasn't actively searching for grants?
Well,
He
correct.
searches for grants
He's a
like
couple
that.
of,
Yeah.
Correct.
He just
behind
got
where he
one
needs to be.
for the computers in it,
Yeah.
that
Right.
brought the cost
Yeah.
down
Yeah.
even more.
Right.
All three department heads are really good at looking for grants. I'm amazed
Yeah.
at what they're able to
Yeah.
to
And-
get into.
I
And
mean,
talking with the police chief
that's-
about the one that was
that's a
bought
secret
a couple
stash of
years
money.
ago on the grant, it was a special circumstance with the COVID budget that he was
Correct.
able to
It
do
was
it.
COVID, right.
So, that's not applicable in this time.
Didn't he say that he can't use grants for vehicles? Did I hear him say that, though?
It depends, I mean, there are grants for vehicles, but there were none this year that were available for us to
Yeah,
obtain.
okay.
Maybe,
Tom? Sorry.
maybe the way to do it, I mean, you could even do it without revoting, but you could more specifically say, instead of the generalization of other funding sources, which may lead the voter to say, well, let's use the other funding sources.
Yeah.
We say, in lieu of in lieu of buying now, the alternative would be to, in the hope that you would be able to get a grant in the future, at some time in the future.
I don't think
some
that's a good
unknown time.
idea.
No? Okay.
That could cost us the cruiser,
Yeah, I
and,
agree.
you know, one
Okay.
thing about,
Go ahead.
not to be argumentative, but one thing about us doing blurbs, and you've always been very good about this, is our reasoning has to be very specific. It can't be because Lori doesn't like this or Neil doesn't like that. You have to give something concrete, and I just think it leaves it too fuzzy for the voters to think that there might be something over there, we could just wait.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to use alternate
So
language.
I
that
think
would
what
say
we
there's
really
nothing-
have
there's
to
nothing
do
that
is go for a
still is
revote.
empty. And-
I'd
Well, we
say,
can vote on a revote, right? That's what we
Yes.
did.
Yeah.
let's just vote, yeah.
How do we do that?
Somebody makes a motion to revote that article.
I'll
Can I
motion
ask,
it.
I was gonna ask if we could wait until after we voted on some other things before we vote on the police cruiser again?
Just to see where we
They're gonna
stand.
change
No.
the
It-
impact?
It might change it for
No.
No,
I agree, just because it will be if we go to all pass, how much, what percentage are we at? I think it will,
Yeah.
I think it's gonna force us to really consider the priorities and weight of, I agree.
Why don't we continue on what we
Finish.
have
Can we
been,
vote on the other
and
things
vote on the
first?
other articles, other town
need to
warrant
talk for
articles.
You're gonna
the budget.
And after we finish
You're
with
gonna
that,
spend
vote
the
on the
money
town
on
budget and the
stupid
school
stuff.
budgets.
Stupid shit,
And
yeah.
then
Agree.
review the whole
Comparing the
thing.
old car.
Yes.
There are plenty of other things to vote on. Okay, changes to veteran credit. Are we in a position to vote on that?
This is for, so,
The rates for not,
This
if
is-
you go in order, the rate, we have not voted on the rates for non-union employees. We have not voted on the veterans, and that's it.
For the town, correct.
which veterans are, the disabled veterans?
This is the 91,750 with the tax
Right.
impact of 7 cents.
Because we were waiting for the division language to come through.
Yep.
Right.
We should vote on both. This is the one that has a tax impact, going from 250 to
500 to 750.
500 to 7.
Can we do the disabled veterans first? I think that one's easier.
Should be easier.
Okay, yeah, it's not on the list, but we can,
Correct.
okay.
I motion we recommend the disabled veterans, disability Article 11, as written.
As written.
Second.
All right, this is the one that has no estimated tax impact, but it's the shift for the state language. Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of recommending Article 11, which is the service-connected total permanent disability veterans article, raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's 10-0-0. Oh, that's not this one. Okay. So, I'll make a motion that we recommend to Article 12, the veterans tax credit from 500 to 750.
Second.
Second. Anybody have any questions on that one?
That will cost 7 cents or $28 for a $400,000 house.
$28 right here, yep. comments, questions?
I gotta abstain on that.
Myself too.
Does your benefit? Yeah. Me too.
Well, could we hear from somebody who thinks it's important? Bill? I know you're gonna abstain, but explain why it's important.
Well, it's how you feel about people who have served. You know, we are getting a tax break now of $500. Does it need to go to $750? I think that's up to the townspeople to decide. People are acknowledging, the town is acknowledging that service has been, that people have provided with currently a $500 off on your taxes. Whether it should be $750, I think that's up to the individuals to.
Yeah, how long has it been at 500?
Ever since I've been in town.
It's for a while, it's not recent.
10, 20 years?
At least 10.
I don't know.
Turn it
At least
to
10
the last
when I
century.
lived here.
I don't know if it matters, but this was brought, Dick Butt brought it to the selectmen and asked them to put it on the warrant. It was not something the selectmen came up with on their own. It was asked by a citizen.
So one thing that I'll point out is veterans move frequently. They don't have the benefits of putting down roots and buying a house and staying in one area for a long time. And, you know, there's civilians that move around too, but, you know, military have to move, so it creates a little bit less stability when you're constantly moving, so it's.
When they're veterans,
These are veterans.
they're not.
I'm
active
sorry, when they're
military.
active duty military, but, you know, you're talking about, like, there's a lot of different veterans. Some only served for, well, not all, what is it, the veterans, all veterans is 90 days. But that's usually not the case, you know, but minimum contract is 4 years. Some people do 20 plus, so it's kind of hard to.
This is only for veterans, this is not for active duty.
Correct. I'm sorry, I'm just explaining, like, you know, when you're in the military, and maybe I'm not portraying the logic. When you're in the military, you don't have the opportunity to put down roots.
It takes a
and-
toll on your life.
It does,
But you
it
choose
does.
that too.
You do,
Some of these people may be active duty,
Choice.
most are probably not.
Right.
But there could be
but
some.
they've been forced to move and relocate over their time, so.
For me,
Yeah.
the issue is the fact that it needs to be inflation adjusted.
That's kind of how I look at this, is an inflation adjustment, really.
We do the inflation adjustment for salaries. We still don't do an inflation adjustment for real estate taxes. This is a small effort in that direction. So I would support this.
Say, I don't support it. It's a large increase that when we're looking at needing, I would rather pay for a police cruiser than this, if it comes down to it. And it's a tough decision, but these people do get lots of other benefits on the taxpayer dime, like, in a lot of different areas of life. And so I don't see this as a necessary, and when we're talking about what is truly necessary to help everybody in town, this is not one of those things. Although I appreciate their service and I admire it, like, it is not, this amount of money for this number of people is not the priority, I don't think, when we're talking about all of what is being asked for.
Agree with Kate, I'm not for it. I have somebody in my family who currently is involved. I've had people in every form of military from the time we had the Boston Tea Party. But at the end of the day, we pay a lot for our military. They have a lot of benefits. There are a lot of programs that their families take advantage of for insurance, for schooling, for their kids, and their kids can take advantage, and their grandchildren can take advantage of it. And right now, we're sitting here thinking, we put off voting on a cruiser because we aren't sure whether in the end we should cut it because we want to save money. And I'm more concerned about making sure I have a cruiser, a plow truck, and a budget than I am about worrying about this. I just really think we have to look at what is necessary for the town as a whole.
Yep, it's a fair point. I'm going to abstain, but I will make a comment in support of it. I'm not gonna vote for it. A lot of veterans, give up, career time if you're in the infantry and you get out and maybe you have some skills you can develop, but a lot of people have trouble finding a new life after the military, especially the ones that have gone through the global war on terror. Many of them do, but many of them don't, and I think a lot of folks would benefit from this, who have signed that check, you know? I hear what you're saying, it's a fair point about what percentage of the town does it benefit, like a plow? But I take this one as an exception to that rule. A lot, like John said, it affects their entire life, and I think a lot of people give up those valuable years of career development, so I see it. Some come out and they do well, and some don't. So, and they struggle, so that's how I look at it. But any other comments? Okay, so all those in favor of recommending the change to the veterans credit to $750, raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? 5, 2 abstain. 3. So we will, that motion carries. We will recommend. Does that carry? Yeah, 5 out of 10. Oh, 5 out of 10.
I think that's the closest one that we've,
Majority.
50%.
yeah.
That's a majority.
Well, do the 3 just not count, so it's really 5 to 2?
Yes.
Yes,
5, 2,
it's a hail- yeah, it's not a 5-5, not like a 5-5. Yeah. Okay.
Are there any other items that we have to vote on?
The minority should, well, do you have enough for the work, for the write-up of that?
The veterans, the concern was the priority at this time of the fiscal year. And I don't know if we want to specifically point out the police cruiser, but just the priority of the town and
The priority of the
the
town,
tax
that there's
increase.
a lot
Small
being
number of
asked for that applies to everyone in
small
town.
number.
Versus this benefiting a small number.
Select group, yeah.
And the fact that the people who would receive this are already, we are already getting.
Other
some-
benefits.
Some economic.
Yeah.
You're already getting those benefits and additional.
What
maybe
other benefits are we
additional-
talking
Not in
about?
the town,
Federal.
not in the town, but federal
What
benefits.
federal benefits?
That-
You get different healthcare.
No,
No, I mean, like, you have gotten things for being in the service.
Yes.
You can go to school with the GI Bill. There
Yeah.
are things that you get having
it
served.
just sounds like actively getting, because I'm not,
I don't necessarily mean
I don't go to the,
I don't
I
know if
can't,
we need
I
to-
can't.
Yeah, we
I
can-
only
I don't-
put
I don't
in,
think- I don't
Write
think
something
we
out
do.
and we'll read it.
yep,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Can we now go to the town budget?
Well, don't you think you ought to vote on the raises?
Oh, we didn't vote on the raises?
Nope,
No,
or the town budget.
Well, the budget will come after this.
raises and town budget, and then that's the only thing that are left for the town. So the raises, as I mentioned, were changed to, everybody's gonna get 3%, and the number went up to 76,000 from 74-ish. The article was 13, thank you. Yep. Yeah, went from 74.7 to 76.3. I will make a motion that the committee recommends Article 13, a 3% raise for all non-union town and library personnel.
Thank,
Uh,
second.
Second, okay. This is no longer based on evaluations, and it's higher than the rate of inflation by a little.
That's pretty close.
By a very marginal amount.
They discussed making it a 2.8 instead of a 3.0, and they just rounded up to 3.0, so. Yeah, we don't know what inflation's gonna be in the future.
I think this is a no-brainer. We have to have our town employees, they're not the highest paid on the planet. They do a great job. All you have to do is look at what they're gonna be walking into this week. And they're up-and-coming people aren't doing a lot of these jobs, particularly highway. And it's important to retain people in that sense.
Pay me now or pay me later.
Hmm?
Pay me now or pay me later, right?
I also think last year they had 5% originally on the,
And that got
on
tanked.
this, and we got changed it during the deliberative
Changed
session,
it
so I
during
think they got the hint that that was too much, and 3% I think is actually a pretty reasonable amount for
Okay, I'll just
yearly
I mean,
raises.
as the chair said at the meeting last week or earlier this week, Benji said, as long as he's lived in this town, they've tried 5% raises, they've tried all different.
They've never gotten
And he
it.
said, 3% is the max that this town rolls was for whatever reason, and they've been clobbered a couple times. I think it's realistic to give them this. I think it's fair.
Could you pass me that cable behind you, please? Okay, any other comments?
Vote?
For or against? Bear with me for a second.
What does that do?
It's a power cord.
Oh,
Yeah, I got it plugged in.
Batteries, probably about to.
Okay, no other commentary, then all those in favor of the 3% raises for non-union employees in the town, raise your hand. Oh. Any opposed? Abstained? 10-0-0.
Question. Did we pass the fireman scale, right?
The pay scale?
Pay scale.
Yes.
Will firemen be getting, in addition to that pay scale, 3%?
And that 3% gets rolled into their scale in the future to raise it.
Say that again?
That 3% as a COLA increase gets worked into their future, each year that that the town passes a COLA increase, it makes the pay scale for the fire go up by that percentage.
Each step.
So they'll get the COLA and they'll get the steps that have been increased by the COLA.
Is there any way that,
it's just like the teacher's contract.
Yeah,
that's the problem?
right, which is why I voted
I'm
against,
just
part of why I
saying,
voted
that when
against
you're
it.
asking for the explanation, that's
Is
what
there
it
any way to avoid that, so the firefighters get their pay scale, which has a built-in increase, but not this increase? Can we, at the,
You could amend
could
the
add
article
amended.
to not,
In the past, there's been an exception language added that if this passes, this won't, this can't.
we've
That
done that
happened
before.
last year, I think, 2 years ago.
is
That was, it was fire related too, right? It was
is
the
that
same.
something we're in a position to recommend or not?
All we can do is recommend the article as written.
But
We
you
can-
can bring,
Well, we also have our blurb. I mean, the minority could say something about that in the minority report.
What was the vote on that?
731, right here.
do you want to revote it?
This was on the 3% raise?
No, this is on
On the fire.
Okay.
This is
fire.
adopting the pay scale, which includes a 3% increase.
You voted against it,
The
Neil.
whole point of the pay
Yeah,
scale
you
was that
did.
they could
That's
get
right.
raises in addition to the COLA.
Right.
And so,
Based on
making
time.
it so that they don't get the COLA doesn't, it really is just
I voted against
the
that.
same thing. I mean, like,
Okay.
you're taking some of the
That
money.
doesn't prevent you from bringing up,
The minority
amending the
part.
article at town meeting, or deliberative session, sorry.
Well, you could also
Steps worth
file a
of training
minority
and
report
merit.
for Carrie to add to the
Yeah,
blurb.
I'd
Yeah.
like to, I'll look at your
Okay.
brief and put something in there.
Well, I abstained from this because they literally presented it to us the night that we voted on
That's
it,
true.
and I wanted to kind of stew on it. I don't think I'm gonna bring it up for revote, 'cause I still don't. I don't want to discourage the fire department for having a pay scale, but I also don't think that it should be in addition to the COLA. I think the COLA potentially should be used as
Right.
what they will get if they go up in rank.
Yes.
So you want
Or
to,
maybe the percentage of what they're getting should be lower. I'm really conflicted about it, that's why I abstained, because I don't.
like with the teachers, they have they're unionized and they have their pay scale, but they're kind of mimicking that a little bit.
Yeah, but if you
Correct.
look at the police union scale, they get their step and when they get promoted or however that works, they do not get the COLA every year like we do.
No, but they renegotiate every 2 years.
Right, so,
Like the teachers.
Right.
It's just tough because if you have like a superstar employee, then the person will get 6% every year theoretically if the COLA goes, you know what I mean? 'Cause
Yeah,
Well, everybody will.
6%, right?
Yeah.
So, and then it also leaves room for a little bit of corruption if someone's a BFF with the chief. Like, I'm not saying that the chief is corrupt, but I'm just saying that, like, if another chief comes
if
in,
you
then we
got the
leave it.
wrong person in their department, it could happen,
Yeah,
yes.
I'm not trying, that's why I
Yeah.
abstained, because I'm just,
I'd
really
like to
thinking
bring it
about
for a
this one.
revote.
So, just to point out that there was a concern of the large turnover and how much we're investing in training firefighters just to go to the neighboring towns. So even if we had these adjustments, that we should still see a return on in value with not having to train as many people. So we have a clear systemic issue with the pay right now that needs to be addressed.
I'm going to weigh in that the reason I want to revote this, because I would change my vote, and I'm very honest about this, I have been since we started this. My concern is getting a cruiser, a plow truck, and the budget passed, because we've got stuff, Beth explained it at the Board of Selectmen's meeting. If the budget doesn't pass, we're gonna be in financial trouble. She explained that, Tom was there, you were there, and she showed what we're on the hook
Yeah.
for. And we've only passed 4 budgets in the last 10 years, that's not good.
This should reduce, if we can reduce turnover, this will actually save us money. It won't cost us money.
Could you explain your statement? What was it that Beth said that would be catastrophic should the default budget be the one that's adopted?
Our minimum.
There's about 300,000 we don't have.
Well, but a bunch of that was taken care of, like if they won't spend it on fuel. So it ended up being like 140 or 150 that they would need to account for.
Right, that's what I heard.
Just for starters, if
But what's the
hypothetically,
consequence of that? The fact that they're short on a $9 billion budget, 150,000 is 1.5%. That's a very small amount relatively speaking. So what are the consequences of being short 150,000?
You don't have the reserve. What happens if you don't have money? Do you just stop paying people? Do you shut down? What?
no, then they take a short-term loan, we pay interest on it, and that's not exactly cheap.
Are you telling me that they cannot reduce expenditures by $150,000? That because of turnover and the economic benefit to taxpayers of turnover, and all of the other things that happen during the course of the year, there's not going to be $150,000?
Can we pause for a second? Are we still talking about the pay scale for the firefighters?
Yeah, it was
No,
gone
right, we're talking
sideways
about
there.
something different.
No, we are, we tangented a little bit, but,
Okay, all right.
We've
He's-
morphed.
Oh, that's what I thought, okay.
yeah. We should make a point here and kind of get back to the,
Right.
So which discussion are we on?
so, I think it started with, if we're not paying the firefighters enough, we're gonna have loss of staff and have to rehire, and it costs, I forget the number that it was the chief threw out.
100,000
Yeah.
per
Yeah.
person?
That includes training and equipment, because a lot of the equipment is fitted for the individual, so there's a lot of, or they just don't go with the right equipment.
Right, and
The
the
issue-
equipment's only good for 5 years.
The issue came up because we voted in favor of the 3% raise. And we recognize that includes firefighters. We've also voted in favor of the firefighters' pay scale, which has, I don't know, a 3% bump each year.
No, whenever we pass a COLA, it bumps their scale.
I understand, but what's their scale without any,
Oh, each year, regular?
Yeah.
I don't remember
You
what
know,
percentages.
Did he ever show us?
Did we get the
They
scale?
sent us one, they sent us a copy of it.
so I think the solution to this is not to revote, but for the minority on the fire department scale to state that they think it's wrong for
COLA adjustments?
the COLA adjustment to apply.
Okay.
And that gets the point before the voters. There will be a deliberative session. Somebody's bound to move to exclude the firefighters from that.
Okay,
Yeah, it's right there.
that makes sense.
Yep.
Apparently, there's a virtue in having the scale for the firefighters.
Yeah, I think the scale's good, I'm just concerned about the COLA.
It's like the professionalism and being able to retain those people with their special skills. And when you have the police are unionized and they're on
If it passes.
If it passes, it's probably another couple, but they're probably being treated pretty much like the union group of the police.
Well, and then the question is, should
we're
the
talking-
police be getting 5%?
Well,
We can't.
they voted on that.
Separate question.
I'm talking about.
Weeds again.
Tom, can you get us out of the weeds and just get us to a vote, please?
Point of order.
Well,
Point
we
of order.
solved this one, and Neil made a great recommendation, put it in the minority
Right.
report, and
Yeah.
that'll,
Do you,
So now the question is on the town budget.
Yeah.
do you have something?
To the next thing we have to vote on.
I recommend we,
We're up to the town budget at this point.
I recommend that we, recommend Article 11, the town budget as written.
A second.
Now we'll go back to here. This line applies, if you're interested.
It's Article 10, right?
11?
It's 10.
Oh, 10. Correction.
Yeah, it's here somewhere.
Yep.
And I have the correct numbers on here from the article.
We're talking about the town budget, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Yes. Correct.
There's a motion before us to
To recommend.
recommend. I'd like to point out that the difference between the town budget and proposed and the default budget is 36 cents. 36 cents buys at least one cruiser and a plow truck. Because of the nature of the default budget, as was mentioned before, the selectmen have over $200,000 worth of, let's call it excess money in various fuel accounts, specifically in the highway department, because for last year's budget, they estimated diesel, I think, at $6 a gallon, and it turned out to be $3 a gallon.
That's already gone now.
If I may continue. The result is that if the default budget is adopted with, let's say, $200,000 at $6 for fuel, and they only need $100,000 at $3 for fuel,
There's
they
extra
picked
amount.
up $100,000 out of that default budget that they will not have to spend on the line item in the default budget for which it was intended, and they can take it from that line and use it to spend on other things. And there are other lines like that also, so that while there will be an impact, it's not 36 cents, 300,000 plus dollars. Last year, we recommended the town budget, and the voters apparently voted against it. I think this year, we're going to face the same situation, which is not a reason for us to say yea or nay, because we should vote independently of what we think others are going to do. But I do think that the town can adequately survive. We'll hear from Lori and anyone else who will tell me the things that are not going to happen as a result of having a default budget. And that 36 cents can be used to pay for some of the other things that we think are really important.
I didn't write it down, and that's a bad me, because I should have. I asked this question at Monday night's public hearing, and Beth explained it. She addressed the fuel issue and the money issue regarding the fuel. And by the time she finished, she showed where they were going to have a problem.
I wrote it
hear
down.
what you're saying, but I really, really hope, and this is just, I hope we go after the school budget as hard as we're doing the town. I happen to think we need the town budget. They've worked hard on it.
Could we hear,
Yeah.
Well, she said they would need to find 148,000. That was the bottom line, was they needed to find 148,000. They could deal with, what did you say, it was $300,000 difference between the two, something like that.
36 or something?
And that they could deal with some of that through the fuel and not doing the on-call bonuses, which was a $30,000 thing, but that there was still 148,000, that she wasn't sure how they would find that. But I tend to agree with you, Neil. They've found it in the past just fine and returned hundreds of thousands of dollars to taxpayers at the end of the year, and it hasn't been an issue. So I think the padding is there, and
I will say one thing, when you talked about the on-call bonuses, I don't know how many of you know what it pays to be somebody who plows in a storm. They don't make a lot of money. Our highway people make a decent salary, not a great salary compared to the other towns, but getting people to come out and plow in a blizzard round the clock, in most towns, they're getting time and a half, double time. We don't pay double time. They get time and a half, that's it. So they don't get really well compensated for that. That's why they get the bonuses. If we cut those bonuses, nobody can complain if we don't have them showing up to plow. Because, I'm sorry, but that's a fact.
That's a small portion of the budget. Just to pivot to the overall budget, so 63% is payroll, 19% is non-discretionary, 12% is contract, and 6% is discretionary. Can they take from the payroll bucket, or is that hands-off and obligated that they have to pay?
Depends on how they're staffed.
They can take money from there if an employee, for example, resigns. I don't know
Then
what
just
will
not
happen next
backfill.
year. But if an employee resigns and it takes 2 months to fill the position, then there's 2 months worth of salary, health care, et cetera, that is available for transfer elsewhere.
Now, where we could get a bump is if we don't hire a town administrator in the first January and February, or however, whenever she's done.
And I'm
There
sure
could be some money left over in that.
they've said that they're going to pay, I think, $146,000
Up to.
for town administrator.
Up to.
I'm sorry?
Up to.
Up to. And I don't know how much money, and maybe somebody can find it, how much money they put in the budget for that, but if they put in the full $146,000. They did?
Yep.
Yep.
yes, they put it in all in.
They put in the
they
full
s-
$146,000,
said they
it's now
did, yeah.
January 23rd. Unless they're going to be hiring immediately, there are going to be several months where that person's salary and benefits is not being paid and therefore would be available to
But
cover
they
the
are still
shortfall.
paying Naomi, so they are still paying Naomi.
2
and-
days a week.
And I don't know at what rate or anything, so.
Right, but it's still cheaper than a
That's-
full
It-
salary.
Yeah, it's way cheaper,
It's
but there
limited
is
too.
still some of that being spent.
Yes,
But yeah, I just,
so it's one of those years where the full $336,000 isn't going to hit. It's going to be much smaller. And I think for the other things we need to do, it's appropriate that the town stick on one default budget.
So, Neil, you had pointed out that some of the costs had gone down. One of the points was that if you look at the legal line, it went down from 2024, but the budget is based on 2023 default, which is up from 2023.
I didn't understand that for 2023. Isn't the budget based on 2025?
It's based on a previous default, right? The
Correct.
two defaults?
Which is 2023, right? Because we defaulted last year, so it's,
But whatever it is,
Yeah.
Based on
New
2024.
calculation.
so legal, okay. So legal looks like it went down from 2024, but from the baseline of 2023, it is up. And that's one of the things that is hurting us, is legal costs
Oh,
are
big time.
are rising.
And there's other areas, like the transfer station costs for hauling and all that, that's going up. Like the fuel budget is the cookie jar right
Right.
now that's helping pay. And then when you have vacancies
yeah.
during the course of the year, that allows you to get through the end of the year. My issue was, I supported the budget last year, I'm gonna support it again this year, because I think, in Beth's case, what they're trying to do is, through mismanagement of Rob and Peter to pay Paul over here, you get so discombobulated in money being put in the right hoppers. And I know you're concerned about the overall, at the end of the year, they're gonna have enough money, figure it out.
Right.
And they might, but I like to get the house in order, I like to do the house cleaning, get everything where it belongs, I think it makes for a smoother operation. And then, at the end of the year, if we got money left over, the Board of Selectmen has the opportunity to return that to offset the tax.
But remember, Bill, this is a bottom line budget.
Yeah, I know.
So if your concern is as exactly what you want with whatever amount of money we give them.
This is, I don't know if you're curious where this came from, but it's from the proposed budget.
These are wildly different numbers than what was in the book. I think they might be a different reflection. but
Oh,
I was trying to
interesting.
figure out why it was so different.
So
But
this is,
looking at the handout from Monday,
oh, this is from November.
this is,
This is probably
like
old then.
payroll is 19%, contracts with a discretionary.
Oh.
I mean, very
Oh,
different than that.
weird.
Yeah, I just don't know, how much was discretionary?
29?
29%. Non-discretionary, 44%. But that's
Yeah,
so
this
wildly
is,
different than that.
yeah, this is from the November proposed
This
appropriations.
is from Monday night, so
That-
in
Yeah.
fact,
That's not the one
29%,
including the
that's
schools,
huge.
is
it
it?
wouldn't have changed that much.
Yeah.
from November, would it?
It's
No.
an error.
Now, is that where she's showing how much of the budget gets paid by the town and versus the schools?
Yeah,
No,
that's
no,
on the
that's the
other
other one.
side
That's the other side.
of it.
This is the
Oh,
breakdown of the
for
town budget.
comparison, did that change wildly compared to the drive? So this is 69 for the school
Yeah.
with the town 18.
Yeah, and I changed my calculation to not include the county and the town in that. I did just
Okay.
school and, well, if you look at all pass with that, to align with that graph, just to answer the question, it's different than that, I don't know why. It's still 77%,
Okay.
no matter, for all pass anyways, for all fail, it's 80, 77 is your general number, so. But I'm trying to reconcile why these two pie charts are so
Yeah.
different,
No, that's
but I didn't.
from November to January.
It says
Shouldn't.
driving accounts, so maybe it's just only the driving accounts, how they break down. That
Like the
might be what it is.
change, like the increase?
Yeah, the ones that have changed. It might just be a breakdown.
And this would be like the overall?
So, that's probably the one to look at. So 29%, are discretionary accounts that changed, that had significant change or some level of change from default to proposed.
Okay.
Is my guess. I don't think our budget's 29% discretion.
No.
I doubt it. That would be crazy. That would be wild.
Living the dream.
Yep. So we're in an open motion. Any other discussion, questions? I'm gonna vote in favor of this because I just don't think that 3 defaults in a row is a healthy situation. I know it's a 7% increase, but can they not pay the bonus? Well, they can find a way, I suppose, to pay the bonuses that they would pay in the proposed budget, right? If there's bottom line money available, they could find a way to still do that. But it just, I don't know, my gut says it's just unhealthy to have 3 years of default budget going back to 2023. That's, to me, is weighing more heavily on the difference.
Of course, it would send a message to the selectmen that they need to have a budget that's lower than their current budget.
Yeah. Keeping in mind that the 25% increase in insurance this year is a main driver, which is,
And that's true for the schools also, health insurance, for
Yeah.
example, and that's true for the town.
that's driving a lot of the 7%.
Absolutely.
It's, and it's pretty much out of their control, although they still, I think, need to go back and do some research to see if there's another alternative, cheaper alternative, but,
Well, it wasn't just that, it was that the town has made mistakes in the past 4.5 years that have driven the
that's
cost
true.
up.
Yep,
Well, they said our ratio for liability was 1.5, whereas the base rate is 1.
One.
We've done things wrong.
Lawsuits.
Right.
right,
So that's part of the reason why our insurance is so expensive, is
Correct.
we've messed up and
And we've also had some lawsuits that didn't need to be lawsuits, and that wasn't the town's fault.
yeah, maybe some of that it'll roll off in the next few years.
Yeah, the next biggest increase in the budget was Public Works Department, transfer station, wheelabrator costs. That's,
The Wheelabrators,
that's the big one. That's like 15.8%, almost 16%.
and that does not go down.
And hazardous waste day is a nice little chunk of money there that adds up, so. Other than that, general government is 7%.
Is that Wheeler Grader charge for transportation or just disposal?
Wheeler Grader is disposal.
So we pay the transportation to get the
Correct.
garbage, not recyclables, from where to Wheeler
Correct.
Grader?
And we pay while they sit and wait to
Does-
use the facility.
Yeah.
There's a
That's
fee.
the problem.
That's
Is
the-
that there's a timing issue where you're paying the hauling costs, and they can't just drop it off as soon as they get there. They have to wait in these long lines, and then you're paying all this time for them to sit
At the destination.
at the
Paying our
destination.
employees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are not our
Whoever
employees,
they
these are
are,
contractors.
we're hauling or we hire.
They're charging us for the time that they're sitting still.
Is this, is Wheelbarrier in New Hampshire?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
Pennacook.
There was, there's an effort to try to reduce out-of-state, from dumping in New Hampshire. Does that work in our favor?
Has nothing to do with Wheeler Grader.
Yeah, it's a private company,
It's private
okay.
companies.
Okay.
But yes,
one of the only.
no matter what time we tell them our load is ready to go, then the hauler has to find a truck to come over and get us, because again, they're not just hauling for wear, they're hauling for other people, right? And then the minute they leave, the clock starts ticking.
And if
There-
they have to wait, it's ticking along.
Yeah, I mean, there is never a time, whether you get there at 4 in the morning, whatever, that place is always backed up.
Is it possible, has anyone looked, has the town looked into using our own people and our own vehicles to do the haulages compared to hiring it out?
We're used to. We used to do our own hauling. Or you used to do your own hauling. When I was over there, you guys were hauling over here your own stuff.
That isn't correct.
It's not gonna save money.
Well, I mean, it isn't gonna.
It's not gonna
That's something
fix
we
our
can
discussion
control.
now.
Right, and the vote on here, we're going down a rabbit trail.
You're right.
Thank you, Bill, I was
Sorry.
just gonna say this. I'm like, guys, we gotta stop doing this.
It's a gopher trail.
Yeah.
Can we vote?
Any other comments?
From the town budget?
Yeah, on budget. Yeah, we're in a motion.
Vote.
Hearing none. All those in favor of the committee recommending the town budget, what is it, Article 10? Raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, 8-2, any abstain? 8-2-0. The motion carries.
Did we have 2 noes or?
Two.
What's the minority comment for disagreeing?
There will be more than enough money in the default budget to cover the needs because of the excess amount in the fuel lines and, what's the other one?
Yes, fuel and,
And the fact that last year, under a default budget, the town returned $336,000.
I don't know.
Have it right.
100.
I don't know, 360.
$385,000.
$385,000.
$385,000.
Right. Which is more than the difference
The gap.
between the default and the proposed budget this year.
Next.
so we should expect some more revenue to come back with the higher budget than this year, if things go our way, taxpayers' way.
So-
Higher budget, they should be able to give money back if they don't
In
spend it.
relation, what does the legal increase compared to the fuel savings? Are they like an even offset? So even though the fuel,
Feels higher.
I don't know how much legal was.
Legal was not that much.
It wasn't much?
It was
Okay.
only, I wanna say it was like $10,000. It wasn't that much.
oh,
It was only a small.
It wasn't that we paid the liability, we just had to pay our lawyers.
And we got new lawyers with higher rates too. That was,
Now we're.
that was 22,500 over default,
okay.
so still not major.
Next.
Okay, I think we're done with the town, correct?
I think so.
Yeah.
On to the school. Which school do we want to tackle first?
John Stark?
It's the easiest.
Okay.
That's where we don't wanna-
table this discussion till later.
Staying
Yes,
on
thank
track.
you. And you're doing it in a more easy way than it would.
Just sit there.
Add
Add
some humor
Good.
into the,
Focus.
Gotta have somebody to herd the cats.
My folders are in there.
Somebody have a school binder that they're not gonna use, that I left mine at home.
I don't care.
You could have two.
It must be Terry's.
But I didn't bring mine, that's not my writing either. Incorporated in here. Is this yours?
Is anybody missing a school binder?
With
oh, I have
blue
mine right
ink?
here, guys. I don't write in blue ink, so it's not me.
Mine.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe it's yours when I grab it.
You write in
I
blue
grab
ink?
it off the front.
Oh, no.
Bill just wanted a souvenir for his, one of his last ones.
All right, Lori, thank you.
John.
I thought I forgot it.
Instead of muffins.
Okay to have a curse on it.
Bill got grabby.
Bill, is this yours though, is that your signature? That's not mine.
That's probably mine.
Yeah, the handwriting and all
Yeah, this is mine.
Oh my god.
All right, John Stark, budget?
I
There are
moved that we.
5 articles on the John Stark side, just to,
I'd rather be drinking beer.
there's the budget, teacher and support contract, athletic trainer, and career technical education.
Where are you?
John Stark.
Which article are you running around on?
Wait,
He was just going over.
I was
the
about
different
to
items we're
motion.
on.
You just summarized.
I'm
what
just
we're
saying-
going to vote on.
We could tackle the other items or the budget.
Just keep going.
Do the budget.
Budget.
It's easy.
I make a motion to recommend the John Stark, school proposed budget as written.
Second.
Okay, just a second. It's 3.38, default's 3.38% over current, 0.66 proposed over default, and 4% proposed over current. So,
I've got opinions about this.
a little higher than they've been in the past.
All right, Kate, let her
They
rip.
crept up a little bit.
All right, so the big difference between the two is that proposed special ed position for the SAU. And that is the majority of the difference in the two budgets. So you gotta decide if that is something you want or not. That's true for the wares budget as well. It is also included in that. I don't think it's needed, and if it was, they could take one of the instructional coaches they currently have and use that to fund the special ed coordinator instead of having 3 instructional coaches. So I would say default on this.
Are what are the life coaches, the special, are they skilled in that area for the
No,
special education?
I don't mean take one of those people and
You're
move
saying
them
a
to that
billet.
position, but you could apply the funds,
Okay.
the salary funds for that position. So this is a special education coordinator position.
Yes.
Okay.
Really, they already have a special ed coordinator. This is an additional person to help with out-of-district placement coordination.
Okay.
So, is it correct that there is an 7-cent difference between the proposed, 7 cents tax impact difference between the proposed and the default?
$105,000 difference, whatever that works out to be.
Well, I've got 504 versus 497. I'm using Tom's worksheets.
Okay, I was just gonna look it up, but that's where you got it. Yeah, 504 versus,
497.
No,
497.
that's, the default was 525,000.
no, tax impact he's talking
Oh,
about.
sorry,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It's 497 default versus 504
Right.
proposed.
7 cents, just the amount that we spent for the veterans bonus.
Default over proposed.
This is,
Go ahead, you were talking.
this is so close that they can certainly live within the default. That's number one. I like Kate's suggestion as to one way they might do it. But I'm sure there are many other ways, and although this year they had a real problem with special education, as did the Ware School. It's not clear that they're going to be in the same position next year because they've raised the amount of money that they expect to spend on education, special education, so.
Kate, what was the position, the, the coordinator?
Yeah, as special ed out of district coordinator.
What was the other position, the life coach or the teacher coach?
They're called instructional coaches.
Instructional coaches.
They were, we talked about it in the meeting. It was the ones where they're like the teacher coaches.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 500,000 ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had those when you went to school, didn't you?
Yeah, you have to have the mentors for the mentors for the
So you're
coaches to mentor.
recommending a one-for-one swap where the instructional coach would,
I'm not necessarily
Okay.
recommending that. That is up to them
Right.
to decide how they want to spend that money.
Got it.
But, you know, they do have 3 of those positions
The other thing
available
is,
as in the SAU, and if they really truly needed this.
I wasn't sure on the cost of, like, if it was a one-for-one swap or a two-for-one.
I think this is actually cheaper than one of the coaches.
because the other thing is, this is an SAU position, and once they get into the SAU, we've got no control over them. They just keep eating money over and over. When you're a teacher or something else, we still have power with that. Once they're in the SAU, we're stuck for life.
That is true. This is in each individual budget this time to try to get it passed.
Right.
And then Jackie did say that once it has been approved, she sees it as being an SAU position that would probably be pulled into the
Yeah.
SAU. And then we lose control over it.
There's one other thing, as I recall, only 2 of those 3 positions are filled. Isn't one of them actually vacant?
I don't think so. It is? I didn't think so.
I don't remember.
Okay, it doesn't matter, but
No, they really
it
don't
just makes
need
life
this.
easier for them if that's the case.
That is the majority of the difference between the default and proposed for Johnson.
And I've talked to other schools, as Bill has pointed out, I think we all will, where special ed has been a big issue this year across our state and
It's
across the
It
country.
is every year.
It's a huge problem and it's getting worse.
Right.
It's gonna kill the school
But
system.
talking to other people who are sitting on committees like us, looking at their budgets, people keep saying, you can hire a part-time consultant to handle this instead of hiring a full-time person, because with consultants, you're not paying insurance, you're not paying pensions, you're not paying longevity, you're not paying step increases. Whereas once they walk into that system, they're like a Pac-Man going, so I'm anti-budget.
I mentioned this at the Ware School meeting, I didn't attend START, so I didn't do it, but one of the facts of life is that historically, when we're trying to help teachers out, which is what these positions are doing, these mentors, we've had senior teachers, more experienced teachers, take over that role as being the mentor to their junior fellows at a stipend of X thousands of dollars. It's, I think, I don't know how much more effective it is, but it certainly has worked in the past, and it's much less expensive than hiring full-time people to do this. And maybe that's one of the ways. It may not be as good in the mind of the superintendent as the way she's proposing, but it may be something that we have to live with in order to keep costs down.
Was this position different than the out-of-district transition shared position? Same one?
That's what it
Yeah.
is.
And this is dealing with a handful of students. It's not,
Right.
you don't have very many out-of-district students.
And it
So
fluctuates.
this isn't, and it's different every year, yeah. And to have an entire position for that seems overkill.
So that plus the wage pool that was proposed, or that make up the difference between default and proposed, 105,000 total.
The only other thing I would chip in and say is that 105,000, and it's not saying it's gonna happen this year, but last year, Stark returned over 400,000. So offset taxes. That was last year. This
But we
year,
think
that
it's
was
gonna, that's gonna drop, right?
Yeah, it's probably gonna drop, but historically, Stark has returned. It may
Oh.
not happen this year, however.
They've returned more.
There's a lot of uncertainties with the schools, with developing their budgets, with open enrollment, moving targets, the increase in special education funding. However, currently have $541,000 sitting in a contingency fund in case of emergency. That was the fund that was created in the special vote at the end of the summer.
Oh, this is the John Stark, they can take a
This is John
percentage of the
Stark only.
give back,
Ware doesn't have that.
and they can use that for anything?
They can, it's a contingency fund.
For the school.
They have to have a public hearing in
Right.
order to say, we want to expend some funds out of that for this, and that people can come to the public hearing, and then they can still do whatever they want, it's not up to a vote.
Right.
Okay?
Just to take the money out of it is the vote.
But there is an nest egg in that in the event of these unplanned, there's difficulty in trying to budget with these other initiatives that are going on, that is a fallback position. In fact, I even said to Zach at the meeting, at the end of the meeting, I just said, maybe this is a year that you want to tap into that.
Right.
There's so many uncertainties.
Yeah,
But,
right, how big is that gonna get before they
well,
haven't used it in a
yeah,
little while.
I don't think they've used anything on it.
And they haven't
They-
contributed to it either, have they?
No, I think they did this past year. I don't know that for a fact, but I think they did this past year. It started out, it was smaller than that, let me put it this way.
Yeah, I wanna say they didn't, but they did at the prior year. It was a recent year where they didn't.
One of the, they added to it recently, one of the two.
But they've got a fair amount of money in it, and they can just keep putting money in it. So it's
It's
time
up.
for them to spend.
It's capped at a certain percentage.
Yeah, they can only have so much in there, and they can only take so much each year to add to it, I believe, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the formula is, but
Yeah.
it isn't like, oh, we can put it all in.
Yeah, no.
That
But it's
would
still,
be
it's still a nice emergency fund. It's like a
Yeah.
big capital reserve fund, and you wanna go buy an ambulance out of taxpayer money, and you've got, you know, theoretically, something like that situation.
And we want them to offset the cost and have
Some-
money.
They can pay for this. Vote.
Yeah, because that one's called a contingency fund. You also have a capital improvements, capital reserve fund. I mean, they have another one, but that one is just called contingency fund. It doesn't have.
It's to handle catastrophic situations. Anybody else? Okay. All those in favor of recommending the John Stark proposed budget, raise your hand. One. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, that motion failed. All those in
We
fa-
have to have a motion.
oh, I'm sorry.
Reverse
Right.
it.
So I will make a motion that we not recommend the John Stark proposed budget.
Second.
Any commentary, questions? Nope, hearing none. All those in favor of not recommending the John Stark proposed budget, raise your hand. All those opposed? 9-1 abstain, 9-1-0. That motion carries. The first motion failed.
Carrie, I'm curious about your reasoning.
I just feel like I had to be the one person to be in favor of the school. I really kind of was back and forth. I'm not hard set on either way. But I definitely have concerns with it being an SAU position and, you know, being absorbed and not having control. And the reasoning for the increase, but at the same time, just giving a little bit of benefit to the school district to manage the budget and do what they think is appropriate.
Okay. John Stark, teacher's contract? Okay. So the Ware share of this is $325,000, not what's on your paper, or in your sheet that I sent out today. Bill, this is one of the corrections Bill made where I had the total cost of it, not the Ware share portional. So this is the correct, well,
25 cents.
it's, give or take, gets us to the right tax impact. We couldn't find the actual dollar amount, but it gets us the 25 cents
Does this represent,
for tax impact if it passes.
question on this, does anybody know the difference between steps. So if you go from step 1 to step 2, is that a 1% increase, a 10% increase?
I have it right here. This is the breakdown of the contract, what the ratio is for different amounts to add up to the total 488, which is the whole district. Two towns would pay for.
My question is, on the steps, from step 1 to step 2, is that a 1% increase, a 5% increase?
No, yeah, I understand.
I'll tell you in a second.
So I guess just like recapping it, it's a 9.49% average increase, 8% increase to the grid, and $4,000 off grid. This is a one-year contract,
A one-year contract.
so that they can get back on the cycle
Oh,
of, because their
right.
contract didn't pass that.
That makes sense.
The one thing, Neil, I'm looking for the, I don't have last year's contract, so I can't tell you that number. Do you have it?
Which we.
Do you have the current step?
I can tell you.
Here's the
an
new,
example, it's 1.79 between a step 1 and a step 2 bachelor's degree in the proposed.
well, what is the step one from last year
Okay,
difference
sure.
to this year?
Let's say bachelor's, first entry level currently gets $41,739 in the current contract, which is a couple years old because they had no contract last year.
It was 2 years.
The proposed goes to $45,079 in year one, in the 1 year of the contract. It's a $3,300 increase, it's 8%.
The increase is 8%.
From what they're getting paid now to what they will be getting paid with this
So
contract.
every number on that grid goes up 8%
8%.
over the last grid.
Right, so,
And the
yeah.
difference between steps is about, that example is 1.7. I can run another one, I think they're all three.
So it's in the binder, it says they added 8% to every grid item, 9.49 average increase since over 2 years.
And it actually is, 'cause I think that night, I got 10.1 when I ran numbers
Yeah,
between.
this is what they gave for a number.
Yeah, I know, but I think they
It's like
made,
5%.
they include the off-step people when they
Okay.
blended that in, because they get a set amount. So basically, they got no contract last year, this year they're gonna get, the thing is you get 8, because if you were a step 1, let's say you were a step 1, then you get no contract last year, you go up 2 steps.
Right,
You go to
Right, you
3,
jump.
because now you're 3 years in the system.
yeah.
So what's my increase going to be?
If you were, let's say your bachelor's degree with 10 years on scale, no contract last year, now you're going to a BA 12 on the bid scale. You're gonna go from BA 10 of 49,009 to BA 12 at 54,110, which is a 51,001, $5,000 increase, 10.4%.
That's a lot.
It's 2 years. Let me finish.
It's 2 years, yeah.
These numbers, what they asked for this year, will still put them below what they would have been if last year's
It-
contract
it
was
is.
passed.
Yep,
And that means, they did say, okay, we're not gonna recapture that, we're not gonna try to go back now because we didn't have a contract last year and just double everything that we wanted in year one of the last one.
so, and let me add to that real quick,
Right,
for Neil, for your benefit. The 2-year contract last year was gonna be a total of 677 combined the 2 years. But if you add in the first year compounds into the
Right.
second year, you're talking about 900 something for the total contract value.
Yeah.
This total contract value is 488.
The total?
It's a 1-year contract.
yeah.
Total for the district, and we're paying a share of that, but looking at the aggregate number for the contract itself, instead of 900, it's 488, but it's only a 1 year.
Bill's numbers suggest they're getting a 5% a year increase.
Correct.
Right. On average, yeah,
Correct. That's too much.
for 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, we're wailing on the town for a 3%
The town's
increase.
3%, inflation's 3%. I sent all of you a copy of
Yeah.
my comments on what they did in Hillsborough. In Hillsborough, I don't know what the percentage is on their grid, I don't know whether it's 3% or 2% or whatever it is. But they have a 2-year contract, and they're getting 1% increase in the first year. In effect, they are getting basically continuing on scale with no increase beyond whatever the step increase was, if that's 2% or 3%, whatever it is, that's all they're getting.
Do you have the scale up
Yeah.
still?
So in Hillsborough, the teachers are recognizing that a 10% increase, or whatever it might have been if they had followed the John Stark route, or even the Ware route, was untenable.
Right.
In Hillsborough, the proposed budget is less than the default. Okay? They've made some serious reductions. Now, in that case, they've lost students and they reduced their budget. In the case of Stark, they've they've lost students and they reduced their budget. Stark has done pretty well in that
Right.
respect. But as far as teachers are concerned, I think they're setting us up for, as with the police, an excessive amount per year increase and compounding that really hurts taxpayers. If it were 3%, I'd go along with it, that's reasonable, that's what inflation is. But not 5%, or in this case, 10% because they have to catch up. It's wrong.
Adjusted for
It's more than
inflation.
taxpayers should reasonably expected to pay their employees.
So if we look at this budget and just look at like what teachers are making, first year teacher, step one, 45,000, and then 20 years later, you're at 58%. Is this competitive enough to attract and retain teachers?
They're saying it's not, and they're trying to catch up with the inflation. That's the other
Can I
argument.
just throw out a number here? Because you cited Hillsborough here, and it may be a little bit of an outlier. They start their BA step one at 48,162 right now.
48.
48,162.
This is the at high school or the college, or the elementary?
Keep us out.
You don't
'Cause
know.
our elementary starts
Well, I will
higher.
tell you this.
Really?
Teachers
Yes.
at start at 41, and the ones in Ware now started at what, 45?
Yeah.
So they're Stark is behind Ware right now, which didn't used to be the case years and years ago. But that's changed. I'm just going back to Hillsborough is like, 48,162 BA step one, and that's, I think that's
like Ware.
they only have one contract. They don't have a separate, like John Stark's a separate.
So that covers
Hillsborough
1 through
covers
12.
right up,
They don't have a co-op.
yeah. And MA, Masters, step one, they're higher than anybody else. They're at 58,694. I don't know what Stark was, but the point I'm making is that Hillsborough probably can afford to pay some of that, In comparison, now I'm just comparing apples and apples with other teachers.
The last John Stark contract that passed was a 6% per year increase. So this one is a little less than that, but still over 3%.
The other part of this that gets me is that the insurance costs went up almost, it was 16.9% for insurance costs, and the taxpayers are fully taking that on. And so even if the teachers aren't getting as much of a raise, they're still retaining the same benefits at great cost to the taxpayers, without having to, and they have good health insurance. It's
They're
not.
very good help.
They're getting 100% premium paid.
Yeah.
They're no longer getting HSA contributions. Their support staff are for one more year, but the teachers are not, and the superintendent mentioned that was a way to hopefully reduce the insurance rate increases because people will use it more judiciously if they don't have $1,200 sitting in their HSA account. They're just gonna go use it a lot. If they take that away, then they're gonna think twice theoretically about using
The
it.
percentage that the teachers contribute, or the lack of percentage that they contribute.
It's 100,
towards the
it's 0.
premium, what it has triggered is that we have more people whose families have spouses working elsewhere that you would normally piggyback off their insurance, like I piggyback off Alan's insurance. it's cheaper for them to come to Ware, and we're buying exposure right now because of the low cost of insurance to our teachers. Buying exposure buys claims. Buying claims raises your premiums.
What's our turnover teacher rate?
You can start.
Yes.
It's more like, I look at it and I say, what will it be? If we say no a second year in a row to a contract, which is, like you say,
The other side of the
maybe
coin.
5% a year, after what they
Well,
did
I
last
agree
year,
with you, with the comment on insurance too.
is that too much of a cost to say no to the contract and say, we'll see what happens on how many teachers come in, especially where they start out now less than what the Ware teachers even get. I think we're cutting our nose off to spite our face on this one if we don't support this.
I just wish they hadn't gone so, like, I'm fine with a COLA and a step increase, but when you're talking, so people need to get a raise, and with experience, you get paid a little bit more. So, yes, everybody gets a COLA, I'm fine with everybody getting a COLA every year to keep up with inflation. And then you get some amount of raise for some experience, but when we're talking like 8%, it's like, that is beyond COLA and raise. And we're also taking on all of the health insurance costs that are just rising so dramatically and will continue to do so. To me, that's untenable.
And they're not getting an 8 or 10% raise because they're wonderful. It's not based on, you did a really super job, so we're giving you this. It's boom.
They are shifting the health costs. They're going to the HSA, right?
But it's not enough. Because you are buying those claims from their spouses, it's a big hit.
The school district, I don't know about Stark, but Ware claims that they still make out, even though they pay $5,000 to a person who does not take our health insurance. They say that still is worthwhile.
The opt-out.
Because what did it cost? It was something like $45,000 or $49,000 a family for a family plan. That's how much the benefits cost the school district right now per family plan. So yeah, $5,000, take the
Just-
opt-out as much.
Just as an aside, Katie, you said something about the teachers should get more for more experience. When these schedules first came out, they were based on studies which showed that for the first, I think it was 5 or 7 years, that a teacher was teaching, she actually got better with experience.
Sure.
But that petered out after a point, and it was roughly at 7 years. So it made sense to reward a teacher for the first 7 years, but not after that. What you see here is the accretion of years of bargaining, so that everybody, even though they're not contributing anymore, they're not getting better necessarily, they've gotten as good as they're going to get after so many years.
Well, you want to retain them after they've grown, right? Like, you don't want to have to make that up.
But they're,
I understand that all the school districts do this, so if we don't, we might lose people. But from an economic point of view,
It's not practical.
this is not
It's not.
rational.
No,
This is strictly.
it's not economically sound and it's not,
But that doesn't mean we ignore the fact that we're in the real world and every other district has this.
Correct.
So what do you do?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we can vote.
I would have liked to see not a blanket 8% across all tiers or all cells, you know. Focus on the where the need is and apply more there and less in another area, like,
I think that that rejecting this will send a message that you can't make up for what you lost, but what you need to do is come back with a more reasonable proposal. So if they came back with something that was 3% a year, and that next year that's going to be 9% starting, maybe we could support that, but not 10%.
well, and the other thing you have to remember, we're also paying for, they've got a pension when they're done, they've got LTD, they've got a whole package that follows them for a lifetime. So it's not like this is the only way they're going to survive the planet.
And then there's the competitive factor.
Oh, well.
doesn't
Life
matter
is
what we think.
competition.
It matters where they're going to go, because the benefits or the salaries are higher.
That's life.
It's not an easy decision.
You wanted to vote, right?
Yep.
We call the
Any
question?
other-
We already do a motion to recommend?
Yeah, that's what I.
Yes.
I don't know that we did.
Oh.
I don't think we
Maybe
did.
not. Okay.
I make a motion to recommend the teachers, the John Stark teacher contract as written.
Second.
All right. Any other discussion? Anybody else have anything to say? Everybody gets a chance. Kyle, come on.
I'm good.
We're waiting for something.
Just a question, how much does this cost?
Yep, let me go back to that. 225 roughly.
No.
Oh,
no,
320.
Tax,
Tax input.
27, is it 27?
And there will be another one next year.
Yeah, there
Next
will be.
year,
Yeah.
right. Yep, where are we? Yep. 325, 25 cents, $98.29.
25 cents.
25 cents
$100
impact.
on a $400,000.
How much?
$100.
Yeah, what, 98, yep. That's an equivalent to, a little more than a plow truck.
No. Oh, yeah, you're right, no more than block.
And the cruiser is,
What are we at
much less.
percentage-wise
Don't
right
give them a plow truck
For
and they can't get to
recommended?
schools and doesn't have it. They'll take it there.
So proposed there, and, we didn't vote to, we, did we,
4.7?
we voted for the Ware budget, right, proposed, yeah. Yeah, so we're at 4.7, without this. You wanna see what happens if we go with it?
I think we should just vote and then
We didn't do the
Yeah.
Ware
look at
schools.
everything. I
Yeah.
don't think we
No.
should start
Right.
looking at that, and then we can look at priorities
Go back.
across and revisit things as we decide.
Are we voting?
All those in favor of recommending the John Stark teacher's contract, raise your hand. 3 opposed. Any abstain? 1 abstain, okay. So that was 3-5-1, the motion fails.
Somebody didn't vote.
Tom, did you
Oh,
vote?
I counted wrong. Oh, so
Who
3-6-1? John abstained.
Abstain.
3-6-1,
I
sorry.
can't decide.
Sorry, can I get-
I see reasons to go both ways, so I just didn't vote.
Can I get who said yes?
Who
Bill,
wants it?
What?
Marie, and Kay.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, Bill Murray, yeah.
Now do we have to go the reverse?
So I'll make a motion that we, as a committee, vote to not recommend the John Stark teacher's contract.
Second.
All those in favor of not recommending the John Stark teacher's contract, raise your hand. 6. All those opposed? 3. Abstained? 6-3-1. That motion carries.
What's your vote?
And we remain. Okay. John Stark support contract.
My goodness.
It's paras and custodial and other support.
What's the percentage increase?
It's $1 an hour each year.
Dollar an hour on the grid.
There is an increase at their portion of, because they do get health care benefits
At start.
at start. And they're gonna increase the percentage that raise the taxes.
So we're decreasing their contribution?
Correct.
Somewhat, for 1 year. And then it goes away. The HSA you're talking about?
Yeah, but once it moves up, and then it will stay there.
Say that again? Once what moves up?
Percentage.
The dollar, you talking about the dollar on the grid?
No, the dollar on the grid, I'm talking about the healthcare contributions.
Yeah,
What's their current contribution?
60, it depends if it's a family plan or a.
it's 50% of the deductible. Right, that's what's in this contract. So 100% premium is paid. Whatever the deductible is for the plan that they have, it's half. They get half dropped into the HSA, and that ends next year. they're not gonna, as a district, they're not gonna do
Just
it
to get
anymore.
them started?
I think this is the end of them doing it.
Okay.
They had been doing it
They're moving towards
away,
that.
away from HSA
He
contributions.
did make them note that, they need to offer the healthcare, because if they don't, like, there's some penalties if you are making people have to go to ACA
Yes.
versus having an affordable health plan at work.
There's a penalty?
Yeah, they would have to pay some kind of penalty if they didn't do that.
So to summarize, the grid, everybody's getting $1 added to their hourly rate on the whole grid. And, so starting year 1 is 18, starting year 2 is 19. Off-grid, 3% the first year, 3.5% the second year. So if you're off-grid, you're at the top, you're top of the, whatever, top of the grid, you're just gonna get a COLA this year, and a COLA and a half next year, or 3.5 next year.
That money goes into an HSA?
No,
Half,
this is pay.
that's pay.
Okay.
And in addition, money is dropped into their HSA account to the equivalent of half their deductible.
Okay.
So they got 100% premiums, and they only have to pay half the deductible essentially.
It's not 100% premiums. It's different for the 260 day
Uh,
versus 100 days.
For full-time, it's 100%, right. For part-time,
I
it's,
don't think
I-
so.
I thought it
I have
was,
80 and 90.
I have, if they're on a two-person
that's
family,
family. Individual's 100, family is 8, we'll go to 80.
I thought family would go to 80, I had individuals for 60 and it'd go to 90.
That's for 180
That's for
days.
half employees.
Okay.
No, we
One full-timer is 100%, sorry.
We pay 100% of what?
Their health insurance premiums.
The HSA, it's an HSA plan though.
We pay 100% of their premiums, and we give them 50% of their deductible into the
For the
HSA,
Yes.
first year.
just for this 1 year.
And then
And
the
the
next
second
year,
year?
there's
No more
So what's
HSA
the
contributions.
Do we know what the
But we
cost
still
of the
pay
premium
100%.
is?
Yes.
Why would they have
Well-
to go to ACA? Why,
Because they're discontinuing this
It's
and
a
going to
law.
something else.
okay, so we're incentivizing them to make sure they switch over and not go to ACA.
Would we
guess.
save money if we paid the premium and had them go to ACA?
I don't know.
But Bill is correct that full-time employee, single-person healthcare is 100%.
But-
Full-time employee, two-person or family is gonna go from 68 to 80.
What is that in dollars and cents?
I don't know how many people are on
No, I
that,
mean, for one person, what is 100%?
of their premiums.
Yeah.
I don't have,
We know a family plan was something like 45,000. But I
Per
don't know
year.
what it is for a single person.
That's
That would be-
insane.
That would be for full coverage though, not a HSA
that,
plan.
that's probably more like 24 for a single person.
For HSA?
No, for premiums. 24,000 for premiums, for individual.
Or a full coverage plan,
Yeah.
or whatever you wanna call it, standard insurance,
John, are you saying that an HSA premium is lower than?
significantly.
Yes, it is.
In my last position, my company elected to pay my full premium and an $8,000 HSA contribution because that was less than normal insurance.
Yes. They're
And
getting
it
a
sounded good to me
really
because now I
good
had the
deal
money
out
to
of this.
manage, right? And it rolled it into my
And it's
401k
a
IRA,
retirement
so-
investment too, vehicle now.
But they're getting a really, really, really good deal at the cost of the taxpayers. Again, we're not negotiating well at all in being cost effective.
And the part-time employees, their contributions for their premiums are gonna go from 60 to 90.
But Jackie did say they're breaking she said they're pretty much breaking even by doing this.
Pretty much.
Right, like, I don't know what that
They
actually
didn't give
means, but
us
she is,
numbers.
but she is saying that it's not, it looks better to the employee, and
Sure.
it's not costing the district
Sure.
much more.
It looks
If
great to the
anything.
employees, but it's not great
To-
for the taxpayers.
To do what specifically?
To, to change from, like, paying full, like, going from putting money into the deductible to putting money into the premiums, like going to fully pay the premiums. She said that it's pretty much a break even.
Right.
As they shift, they're just shifting
They're
the
shifting.
money, but it appears better.
Is, now do the employees have regular insurance and they're being shifted to HSA plans? Is that why there's not such a big impact on the district?
I do think that might be what's happening.
Probably.
Isn't the HSA an account, though? It's not a
Yeah, I
plan,
don't
right?
understand what,
Well, the HSA is an account, but there's
The
a type of
deductible.
insurance, it's a high deductible insurance that goes
Yeah.
along
It's
with
all
it.
very
Even the
deductible,
premiums
it's not
aren't
an
as
HSA.
expensive.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So
I
they're,
have regular
so
insurance
lower
and that's the
premiums,
HSA
yeah.
account.
Right.
Okay, just as long as.
But
Right.
I think that
Yeah.
they have regular, I think they have regular insurance.
Now,
And then, now, and they still have access to an HSA.
Right.
but this forces them into HSAs?
No.
No, they're going to change.
It's,
It makes it more attractive.
yeah.
Well,
It's,
yes and no. We're footing the lion's share of the cost, so.
Well-
They're planning to restructure their plans, so this won't be there anymore, but in the meantime, we're putting the bill.
Again, we don't have the numbers, but I'm guessing that things have not changed, that a standard insurance is gonna be more expensive than an HSA insurance,
Yes.
for sure, right? And then if you contribute to the HSA, it's still cheaper, right? And again, and I had an $8,000 deductible plan, so it was great.
But this plan we're paying for is a regular plan, and we are paying the lion's share of it, and that is a big
And that's a
chunk.
lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
these
What's
days,
the
yeah.
tax impact on this? This is 95,000.
7 cents.
So another thing to note, they did say they currently have 5 vacant positions for support staff right now. So it might actually be needed. I don't know how many total support staff they have, like what percentage 5 is of their full staffing, but,
It's like in any other job, you will find a way to get the work done.
Should.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
will you tell us the tax impact on that one?
7 cents?
7.
Okay.
So this is around a $95,000 cost at 7 cents, $28 for a household, $400,000 house.
That's just the first year?
That's just the first year.
It's less the second one.
Yeah, it is less. It's front loaded.
Obviously, the total cost is, $260,000. In other words.
Right.
If this contract passes, we will have a permanent increase in the
Yes.
cost of John Stark of roughly $260,
Correct.
For how many years?
forever.
Forever.
Oh, forever.
Never goes away.
Because
Right.
it'll just
Right.
In other
keep
words,
going up.
Because it's built
we're
in.
spending 141 the first year.
Uh-huh.
The second year, we're spending that same 141 again, plus there's an increase of 55. So the total for the 2 years is roughly 260. But once you do that, even if they never got another raise.
That's the low water mark now going forward. And new contracts just pile on top. They never go down,
Okay.
right? Right, they could, but not likely.
Vote.
Oh, we need a motion.
I motion, we recommend the John Stark support contract as written.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the committee recommending the John Stark support staff contract, raise your hand. 6, 7. Opposed? 3, and no abstain, right? So that motion carries 7-3-0.
Who were the others? You and,
So, I guess I'm writing these. Anybody from the minority want to add an opinion?
It's fiscally irresponsible. It's not in the interests of the majority of the taxpayers in town.
Anything specific around that?
they're asking taxpayers to pay a sum of money that the taxpayers themselves don't have for their own insurance. We're not getting those kind of benefits in the real world.
Anybody else from the minority want to add?
Yeah, I'll say, while I acknowledge there's some unfilled positions there, they're asking for 5.5% increase in the first year and a 5.2% increase in the second year, which is just too much. I guess this may not be part of the minority report, but, you know, the school board for John Stark said, you know, if, really, we heard them say it in here, that they wanted the teacher contract. They didn't care so much about the other things. So, you know, if you're not gonna vote for the teacher contract, but you are gonna vote for this, it's not what the school wants. It's not what they want most. I should have said that before we voted, but.
You can always circle back if needed.
Can you kind of wrap that up into a bullet?
Oh, it doesn't have to go in the minority report.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I think the increases, we weren't willing to do 8% increases for,
We're not
to
getting
10%
8%, why are
for
we
the
getting?
teachers, like now we're still, we said okay for the 3% for the town, but now we're talking over 5% increases 2 years in a row for another position, like,
Yeah.
for, and not one that requires a lot of, like, education and preparation for. It's more of a,
Remember, the paras are part of this contract as well. It's not just administrative, it's paras too. And they go through some education to be a para 1, para 2, so there is a career development path there. Okay. Teacher's contract failed as well. Anybody from the minority want to add something on that one? Who thought of the three why we should have passed that?
Yeah, I think, I supported it. I think if you're looking at the contract failed last year, this contract asks for less long-term dollars moving forward than the last failed contract did. So they made movement in that area, and I think it sends a bad signal if you say no to a contract 2 years in a row at the high school level, especially when the high school is getting paid potentially much less, almost 10% less than what the teachers starting in Ware district here. I mean, it's closely aligned. Students go from A to B, they go from one district to the next, but you got a separation here, and now we haven't voted yet on the Ware district contract, but I just think it sends a wrong signal, and you're potentially going to set up a situation where you're going to be losing some teachers.
Similar in the past.
We saw that happen in Ware, and now we're setting the stage for it to happen again.
On the John Stark teacher's contract, the majority were 6 against. Does anybody want to add any commentary as to why? Neil, you have anything you want to say? Too big of an increase in the makeup of the 2 years? I mean,
Yes, certainly that. With a number, the 10.2 or whatever it was.
9.49, or Bill got a different number, but this is what they reported. You could say around 10.
Almost 10.
Yeah.
They don't seem to have an understanding of what the taxpayers hold.
Well,
And
each taxpayer, when they vote, they'll be
But
decided.
when the scrutiny we're doing to the town and holding them to 3%, and then these other percentages coming in, it just doesn't make sense.
What's our next subject?
Just real quick, does anybody want to chime in on the notes about the support staff, the 7 that voted for it? Anybody else want to add any opinion? Why you voted for the support staff contract?
These are low-paid workers whose contribution to the school is essential.
What do they make an hour?
It depends on the step.
17 now, and it goes to 18 if I remember right, and then it goes to another dollar to $19 an hour after.
Starting year 1 is about 18, they'll go to 19, roughly. There's turnover, correct? We want to keep, I think I heard Carrie, you say
Five
that?
vacancies there.
Yeah.
What Kate said.
They said 5 vacancies.
So they're catching up to McDonald's.
McDonald's, I think they're exceeding McDonald's, but not by much.
Okay. Just want to make sure everybody has a chance to chime in on these. It's not just me writing them.
You're doing a great job up there.
Athletic trainer. I almost say athletic supporter every time.
I'm against it.
I make a motion to recommend the athletic trainer as written.
Second. I have a question on this one.
Yep.
We're talking about we want to retain staff for fire. Fire wants a rotating fund to get back the money that they pay employees to cover sports events, because they have to have an EMT on deck for these sporting events. This trainer, I'm guessing, is going to be an EMT qualified person?
No, not to be confused.
What is this person going to be capable of doing?
Well, they will hopefully be able to prevent injuries through, scratching. If a person has an owie,
Yes.
you got somebody who medically can, in school, who can wrap them up properly, or recommend they don't, keep them from going out and re-aggravating and stuff on the field. During events, if you have a soccer game and you have a JV game on the other field, or you have a field hockey game on this field, that person, if a player is removed from the game due to possibly head injury, the official will remove them if they show any symptoms of concussion. They can't return to the game unless they're medically
It's the
cleared.
protocols, correct.
Unless they can be cleared by a medical professional. That, in the state of New Hampshire, includes, an athletic trainer could serve that purpose. Not that they would necessarily be thrown back into the game the same day, but it's somebody that can hopefully provide a better environment for preventing injuries, treating injuries, because the athletic director is not an athletic trainer.
Well, the reason I'm asking this, Bill, is it came up at the Board of Selectmen's meeting.
No.
And the fire department doesn't think if this creature gets put in at the schools, that they won't need an EMT there. Are we still gonna have to pay for an EMT?
Well,
Because if that is the case, then
It
there's,
may vary by sports. I don't know the answer to that question.
I have a note that said it would eliminate EMTs at the field.
Like 85-90%.
Yeah, they said it's not,
Football.
they said it's not an EMT, it's like an EMT light.
Light,
Or something,
right.
that
Eliminate.
they're still able to do the things an EMT
So
would do,
fire
and they'll
is
just call an
not
ambulance
going
if they need to.
have to be
Fire
there.
will not be
Yeah,
there.
it'll be emergency call, you don't have to have somebody on the site. Like, they're capable of being there on site unless there's something above their level, is what I think I heard.
What are we doing now? The
They're
athletic
paying-
director's doing it?
They're paying, no, they're
They don't have
paying
one?
They're paying the Ware Fire Department to to send an EMT to be at the games.
And so,
And then,
which would be less expensive, having the trainer and not having the fire department, or vice versa?
I don't think it matters.
Well, what the difference is right now is we have an EMT and an ambulance sitting at the field or for,
not always an ambulance.
I
But
take
there's-
that, I take that back, no, it is the difference, it's the difference in the cost of the warrant article, cause right now they're spending something,
20-some thousand.
yeah, on the
They have a line
detail,
item for
on the
20-some
detail
thousand in
pay,
their
and they're
budget.
asking for an additional however much to fund that position.
65,000.
Yeah, this is in addition to what they're
to
already spending on the
the
EMTs,
20,000
and they're
they have.
pooling those two together to create the money for the position.
so they
So-
wouldn't
So
need
this is more
EMTs there.
expensive by this much.
If they have this position, then they don't need to spend the 20,000 or whatever it is to the
Right,
fire
but it
department.
will get paid to this person as salary and benefits.
In other words, this is gonna cost more.
But they're gonna do more than just do, what the
Stand by
EMT's
your
doing. They're gonna be trainers to the players.
Yeah.
They're gonna put in conditioning programs, things like that. They're trained to do that to help prevent injuries. And they can respond to an injury from an athletic perspective.
That's
And
better than I said it.
they're doing more than just standing there.
Because right now, we're tying up people,
So this is another
At the
employee that will
school.
be in the budget forever.
yes.
Yep.
Yes,
That's true.
So,
And
I would say, my personal feelings about this are that the legal obligations of people, of taxpayers to fund schools should not be covering athletics. This is not the purpose of schools, and athletic trainers should not be covered by taxpayers. I love sports, I always played sports, but it is, to me, it is not a taxpayer funded obligation, like we don't need to be a business. I don't wanna pay $100,000 in salary and benefits to somebody to take off.
The law does not
People.
require us to fund sports. That is, I checked, I had that checked last week when this started, and it does not require sports. And,
But we spend a lot on sports.
oh, absolutely, like I said, I've lived in a lot of states, the booster clubs cover a lot of this, the parents pay for the equipment and the outfits. For some reason, they've gone off to Munger's Barn and seem to think the taxpayer should be footing the bill for everything, and this is not part of the law.
This is one where I would rather spend this money on a teacher's contract rather than athletic trainer, but
I
something
would,
more important.
I like the athletic trainer, however, I wish they had also given up a position to get a position, okay? But I did disagree on what you're saying, athletics is not a part of it.
It's not, according to the law.
I don't care what the law says, it's part of the educational experience. I've had kids that have played sports, I played sports in school, and it's an intricate part of your development as a youth, and I greatly disagree with that.
I,
You
I
guys are
second
both
with you,
correct.
Bill.
I
I'm
work
with you,
with playing
Bill.
sports, but my folks foot the bill like every parent did in our schools.
And Bill is saying that you may be right legally, but he's saying that there are other values involved, and that taxpayers have paid for them, and he thinks that's worthwhile.
Right.
And believe me, parents are already paying a lot. If you take a hockey player,
I
and his
know.
equipment,
Yes.
he's buying a lot of his
But
own equipment, so
that's
they are
Part of
playing.
having kids.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Cost of
I'll
raising
stop.
a kid now.
I stop.
I think there's a lot of value in kids playing sports. It teaches you how to be on a team with people.
Right.
It keeps kids out of trouble, and it's a value add to the taxpayer. I would
just
argue.
Don't feel
So,
the taxpayer.
the article doesn't debate the value of sports. It's about an athletic trainer and whether it's,
Yeah,
something that,
they'll still be playing sports even without this. They will be playing sports. They
Right.
will pay the fire department to come
Yep.
to the fields and do it. They're
And-
not getting taped up.
and the revenue from the fire department being at the field goes to a fund.
Well, that's being voted on.
That's
this year.
part, that's right, that's part of the vote,
Right.
right? Or it goes to the general fund today.
So this prevents
The school's paying for it though, so we're,
students overly exerting themselves and keeping them safe, pulling them off the field and keeping them off the field and, being
there's
able
more of a
to.
direct focus on the players than an AMT would do or is even trained to do, right?
Right, so it could prevent injuries, it can, it can have that
It's the additional
quality
value.
of sport life
Yeah.
for the students.
I would imagine they're also probably hiring someone who's trained in athletic injuries. as opposed to just an EMT that's trained on everything.
So
Did the school
Well, it's a
district,
certification.
did the school board at all consider the idea
Yeah,
of
that's what I mean.
of eliminating another position to add this? Was that part of their discussion?
What
Was that
No,
suggested to them?
I'm always looking for, we'll get to that when we get to the next one.
No, but on this one,
On this one, no, I don't think no position was offered.
okay, thank
And
you.
I would remind everybody, this is twice the cost of the police cruiser,
Yep.
Ah. Good
and almost
perspective.
half the cost of a dump truck.
It adds up.
That's a good perspective.
So it's nice, but,
Right, like in an ideal world, sure,
yeah,
but there are priorities.
yep.
What's the motion?
Only so much money.
We have a motion?
We don't have one yet.
Carrie made a motion, Laura seconded it.
Oh.
Yep.
I never keep
Well-
track. Need a button. Any other discussion? The motion is to recommend, so. Okay. All those in favor of the committee voting to recommend the athletic trainer for John Stark, raise your hand. 2, 3. Opposed? 7, I'm guessing. Any abstain? So that motion fails 3 to 7. Motion for the committee to not recommend the John Stark athletic trainer.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the committee not recommending the John Stark athletic trainer, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed? 3. Abstain. Okay. That motion carries 7-3.
What was the tax impact on that?
6 cents according to the sheet.
3 cents?
That's
7 cents. No, 3 cents.
3
Three
cents.
cents.
3?
3.
You showed 8 on the original sheet, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 6 cents on the whole, and where share is roughly.
Our share, John,
Oh,
that,
yeah,
yeah,
okay.
I had the whole package on there, and it's, we share the cost with Hennecker.
I understand, so it's
So is it a
6?
police cruiser still?
It's 6?
6 or 7? We were on 6 with the athletic trainer.
It's,
2/3 of that, roughly?
Something like that.
No.
So 4 cents.
it's 6, no, it's 3 cents,
They already, they said that,
45,000,
Yeah, but the total cost is,
We pay,
it's 95, yeah.
we pay 60%, right?
Well, it's
Yes.
the formula they use, and when they broke out at the meeting, it told you what the tax impact would be for where, what the tax impact is for Hampton. It doesn't tell you how they arrive at that, but the
3 and 3?
No.
Okay.
Because the total is 6.
all I can tell you is what the number is, what
Yeah, our share is 45,000. Does anybody want to add, the minority, anybody want to add, what I've got is athletics is a valuable function of schools. Athletic trainer could focus on the players directly, preventing more injuries. Anybody else want to add anything to that for the minority? Majority, not a function of schools, more expensive than having EMTs paid to come to the fields. It's an added position in the budget. Anybody else in the majority want to add to that? Okay. Career technical education tuition.
I think
This is 111,000 total, I think.
it's more expensive.
111,000, our share is 80, ish. And again, I backed into I didn't have the dollar amount, but I backed into the,
80,000, 95,000?
Of 111.
of 111. Oh, this is a 6
Oh,
cent.
right.
This is 6 cents. 80,000, $24.20. Is that okay?
Yep, so that's 4 cents.
Why does it say 6?
No,
It's 6.
6 cents, right?
6 cents is the total. If we're 2/3, it's 4 cents. So
No, no.
we're not-
No.
No, 8 cents the total.
Our share is 6 cents, I think. 80,000, right? 80,000 into the assessed value should be 6 cents.
It's gonna be 6. I can't tell you how they arrived at the number, but here it is, 6 for us and 5 for Hammond on that particular.
So it's really 3 cents here. This is really the wear impact.
The real impact is
Yep.
6 cents.
Yes, but I mean,
Oh, goodness gracious.
I'm not gonna make it.
um,
I'm not gonna make it.
do we know how many additional slots this buys?
It was something like 35.
They wanted 70 wanted to go, but they sent 34 last year, because they didn't have enough money.
And it also depends on how much room Concord's got.
I don't know how many this, I think this would pay for
This would pay for all of them.
all 74-ish, right?
What are they taking?
This is, right now, we've got, over the past 20, 30 years, everybody's supposed to go to college and get a 4-year degree. It turns out that because people who are moving into the state happen to be more educated and college graduates, and people who seem to be dying are skilled tradesmen, we don't have enough electricians, plumbers, et cetera, to do the work that's necessary, and I suspect each one of us, one way or another, has found that to be the case.
Yep.
This is designed to put more kids into our vocational technical schools, which are regional. There's one in Concord which serves Ware. The more students who attend those schools, the more likely it is that the positions I just mentioned will eventually be filled. There is a danger, of course. A number of years ago, we had a class of 10 students at the White Mountain Community College up north who were in a welding program, a 2-year welding program. They all graduated, and each one of them was making at least $100,000 a year to start. Guess where?
Massachusetts.
No, Mystic, Connecticut. Why? Because
Oh,
they
so-
paid the big bucks and nobody in New Hampshire was willing to match that. So we educated them and they
And
all
they go
left us
somewhere
out.
They could come back.
They could come back and many of them will, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But that was an interesting side.
I
I think, as much as this is gonna cost taxpayers,
That-
and it's not cheap, and it'll be going on forever, it's one of those expenditures which each of us will personally benefit from in the long run. So I very much favor this.
I do for the same reasons, but you can't vote based upon where the child will go after they graduate. They're
No, of
here.
course not.
Okay, just want to
Yeah,
make sure.
it does introduce the more realistic approach to career planning for the masses, right? Everybody can't go to college because we don't need a lot of history, English, communication majors, right? Some people should and good at it, and some are very good at skilled trades, and that's what they should do because they're good at it and they'll be a benefit to everybody.
I do really like this program. I think I said it to the minute, but it does cover things besides just technical. It also, like, you can go for teaching. It's
For
not
what?
for teaching. It's not just the trades. So there are other things, and.
It's careers in general.
His careers in general, yeah, and especially for a school like John Stark where a majority don't go to college, it is, I think it's even more important to have programs like this.
Yeah.
My only concerns are the open enrollment policy, so like, they talked about this where now with all this open enrollment stuff, the kids who go to Concord to this program can stay in Concord and take all their other classes there, and then we have to pay 80% of the tuition to Concord.
Which is
for
why
that.
we're going to be talking about Article 2.
No,
No,
this is
that's
outside
different.
of that.
It is?
This does not apply to that. So and by sending even more kids, so we're already sending 30-something, and if we double that number, we're
Opening up the
exposing
door to
ourselves
more
to more
people
risk
going over there,
that,
yes.
that we might have more unfunded
And increased
Enrollment.
transportation
and
costs.
increased transportation costs, because we have to cover that as well.
Could you explain what kind of money we have to pay Concord if
For
these students?
other
are-
classes.
80% of our
80%.
per pupil cost, which is
That's
something
the
like
open enrollment.
$16,000.
No,
Oh.
so if there's like a history class that they want to attend in addition to their vocational class, they can I think it's like half the day is the vocational class, or, whatever portion after their vocational training, instead of returning back to John Stark for other classes, they can stay and do other courses at Concord, and we would have to pay
that.
Concord for those additional courses that they're
And
taking.
this is out, I think it is per course, but it's 80% of whatever our cost is per course.
Did we figure out, does that include sports too? Can they play the sports over there?
Don't
No.
think they can play
No.
the sport.
No,
They-
they can't,
they
they
have
have to
to.
come back to their
They have to
home
come
school.
here.
Yeah, you're trying
Which
to
is why
avoid,
they
you're
want
trying
to
to avoid the athlete shopping,
They
we call it.
yeah.
That's open enrollment, is it,
That's what, yeah.
athletics doesn't apply, but Jimmy can sure dribble the ball. You know?
And yeah, this is different. There's something with the tech schools that they're allowed to do this that is separate from every other school doing open enrollment.
So-
It's its own like technical open
And
enrollment.
it's, and the the payment is still 80% of our average cost.
Yes.
Correct.
So they
Is
can,
that statutory?
Yes,
they can
right
do,
now.
they can do that right now.
They can do that right now.
And I don't remember there being a concern that it's happening right now or unfunded costs.
Yes, I think it started this year or something like that, and it hasn't happened yet, but
Yeah.
also nobody knew about it really. So it was like something of they're worried, there's more of it starting to happen amongst the schools who go there, and they're worried that there could be additional costs. So like, it may end up costing us more than the amount, I'm not saying that's not
Right.
worth it, but it might cost more than this, and at the John Stark, budget hearing, they were talking about potentially increasing the dollar value of this article to account for that, that there is a real possibility that it will cost more than what we're seeing right here, just because students may choose to stay, and we
So,
have to
but
pay
you
them.
have a safety factor in the sense that if in fact that is occurring, John Stark has their
They have a contingency
$500,000 slush fund to pay for this.
Contingency.
There we go.
Contingency fund to pay for this. And we would have then information for next year for budgeting, either to change these numbers or to put additional money in the budget to cover the extra costs, or perhaps by that time the legislature will have woken up and done something.
The other thing it's contingent on is how many spaces Concord has. We can't just let everybody go marching to Concord. They decide how much they can take, because
They have
it's
to
like
have
with
an
open enrollment, somebody's gotta fund that stuff, the teachers, the classrooms, yada, 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 and that's up to them.
There's no question about this open enrollment part of this.
No,
That's a certainty.
that's a certainty. The question is whether or not any students choose to take advantage of that or not. So the other potential issue I see with this is, I was asking the John Stark board how many students continue in this program, how many start it, and how many continue. And they say only about half that start it continue it into the next year.
So some of that's numbers games where they
Some
don't
of-
allow them
They
to
don't allow it, and
continue.
or they have to get a certain grade to be able to progress into the next year, or they have to be good enough to make one of the few seats that they have available, or something like that. So a lot of the kids who are wanting to do this are gonna get kicked out of it within a year anyway.
But if
That's
they-
like, I don't know if like
So-
doubling it and increase, because right now they already have to screen to decide who gets to go.
But if they increase, I'll be able to allow more people to hopefully continue on and do a 2-year.
If the seats
Program.
are available, but they were saying
Right.
the problem now is even with the few people we're sending, the seats aren't available for some of them in that second year. And so now we've sent a whole bunch of people in 1 year, and then still only a few can get in for that second year. Is it worthwhile to only do the 1 year? I don't know.
It does expose them for a year.
Yeah,
So-
the exposure could be good. It's just a thought. Like, once again, I like the program, but I think there's more to it than just
Yeah, I like-
everybody gets to go for every year that they want to go, and like you have to be accepted into the certain.
There's
ones.
consequences potentially.
So
Yeah.
if a student goes in year, right now, with a 35 cap, which is set by Concord or John Stark?
Concord.
Well, no, Concord could take more from us, but we can't afford to pay for more than 30.
Okay.
Right, but Concord
But
can
right-
also say, we aren't
They
taking
could,
any.
They
yeah,
could.
they could
So
say.
right now, we can send 35 to Concord. When they don't come, when they what happens in the second year? Is Concord saying you can't come, or are they saying we don't wanna go again?
Both. So they said, I specifically asked that, and they said both happen.
Not enough
Some
seats.
kids decide they're not interested anymore, and they drop out of the program, and then Concord says to some of them, you can't come back, either because they didn't do well enough, or because the next level up is a smaller number of seats, because it's a more focused, advanced class, and they don't, you have to get accepted into it. And so, but it's a large region, all trying to get these few seats. So, right now, out of the 35 that go, only 17 of them will continue in the program the next year anyway.
Because the second class, as you said, is more educated, so they're gonna give the nod to their kids first, because it's their school,
Maybe.
and then what's left, they'll let ours into.
So let's assume that this article passes, and we can't send the extra 35, so there's $111,000 floating around. What happens to that money at the end of the year?
Or half of that. Half of that would be
Well,
available.
right, but what happens to
Returned?
the 111,000? Is that subject to that warrant article, the article that says it will go into the
No,
contingency fund?
I mean, well, they
That's
could-
overall.
They could, depending how they handle any overall money.
That's overall
any other
surplus.
leftover money, and they can,
But isn't this a separate article, so that it has to be spent for this, or it doesn't get spent?
oh, I don't think so.
Not in the schools.
As another line
It's
item.
not going to a fund.
It's not a special fund.
You know,
In other words, if they don't spend $111,000, it goes back into, at the end of the year, they could pool it with whatever other money is left over and say,
Right.
we're gonna put so much that I got a cap, I can put a little bit into the contingency, and the rest by law has to be returned to the
But it
fund.
says for the purpose of, does that bind them?
I don't think that's in a lockbox. In other words, that fund. It isn't going to be used.
Oh, that's,
I did not
that's
ask
probably
that
better
question.
use.
I'm ready to vote.
Kate, can you just, like, summarize for Blurb the additional cost risk that you were talking about? Just in a,
Just that there's an open enrollment policy for technical schools.
so we would
It's
potentially lose students to the open enrollment where we would,
We could potentially have to pay tuition to Concord for any students enrolled in this program who choose to take other classes at Concord.
and that's 80% of the cost?
It's 80% of our per pupil.
Average cost.
So there's just some unknown amount of.
Yep. So it's, the whole open enrollment problem is part of this equation already. Okay. We have a motion? Do we have a motion yet?
I move we vote to recommend this article.
second,
Okay, all those in favor of the committee recommending the career technical education tuition expense, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, 9-1. Anybody want to add to the majority commentary? I got plenty on the minority. Well, Lori, actually, do you have a primary reason why you don't like
I
it?
like the program,
Of
but
what
I
was-
think there's too many variables that are unanswered. There's too many questions as to, can they complete their education for the second year if it's coming? Do we have a solid guarantee of how many are coming? And what happens to the money if it's not spent? There isn't enough concrete answers to this.
Okay. Anybody else in the majority want to add something that I may not add in my draft? Okay. My main point is that we have to turn away half the students that have requested this program. It's valuable training for kids that would not go to college, basically, the trade benefit.
State needs those kinds of workers.
Okay. So let me just record that. Podium's not big enough. So that was a 9-1-0. We recommend. And that's it for John Stark.
No, Article 2.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's not on the list, but Right. This is the open enrollment, general open enrollment question. Okay.
Did it get changed since the time that they previewed it?
Yeah.
I believe they said 0. Did they move it to like a 1 or a 2 or something? Or a 5, I think was her.
Outgoing, incoming to 1% and outgoing to 0.
Okay, so
And-
0 is still the out.
It was a liability risk why they did that. They were gonna do
Right.
0,
I thought somebody had recommended or considered changing it to like 1 to 5 or something, so it wasn't just a 0, but a very small number.
So they
but-
did change the incoming to 1%.
So
They
we'll
had it-
accept people, but
So
no,
we'll
we won't.
accept people, but we won't send anyone. They said that was based on legal advice.
Right.
Okay.
That if you were 2 zeros, then you weren't really implementing the law.
Okay,
So they changed the 1 to the 1.
And a 1%,
Other school districts have done this
Yeah,
The same
that's
way?
correct. This is happening,
because it's a very real issue.
it wasn't a well-thought-out thing at the
No.
state level, for sure.
Now, the
and,
funding-
and 1% is still a hefty number of kids that, I forget the number that superintendent told me, but, you know, you multiply it.
600 kids, so 1% is 6.
Where is about
6 times 15,000 or so is $90,000 to $100,000 of cost.
It was not a small amount of money that if we lost the 1%, it's still a risk.
But that's incoming, right?
Yeah, we
So
gain
money
money.
comes with those
Yeah.
students.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right,
Yeah,
but
okay.
if you change, I thought the issue was whether you were gonna change the 0% to 1%.
Oh, yeah, no, okay.
Okay.
I don't argue that.
I think
Keep it at
schools
0.
fill out on whether you can, whether 0% will stand on.
Yeah, well,
legal test, I would think.
probably not gonna happen, but.
So,
I think it'll stand up legally for this year, but it will probably get changed.
This gets
Yeah.
you in the program, skin in the game, while all these other things in the sky, even at the state level, they could potentially change the
but
program.
if 6
for
students come in, we still are on the hook for the 20% cost. That's basically a bargain.
Yeah.
The in is not so bad.
No,
The out is where the problems are, right?
who knows? I mean, I think
Especially if
that-
it's special ed, because you still have to pay all the special ed costs
Special,
out of
yeah.
district.
Yep. But if a special ed, well, if special ed student comes in, the other district has to pay that, right? As we would have to
Yeah,
pay
the
if our
district
student
has to
leaves,
pay.
yeah.
And we can choose to allow or not allow people in based on whether or not we would be able to provide services. So like if we wouldn't be capable of providing services.
Forced us out of-
We can say, actually, you can't come.
Even though we only have,
Yes,
One student,
yeah, there are
second
some
student could be
criteria you're
rejected.
allowed to screen for, Jackie mentioned that there is a John Stark student who is open enrollment now. So this is already
Go
happening.
somewhere else.
Who is going
So-
somewhere else, who is
Mount
leaving,
Prospect,
and we
yeah.
are now paying that tuition. It is included in the default budget because it's an obligation.
Correct.
If this passes, would that force them back into
No.
where?
No.
Okay.
His grandfather. So that's why they budgeted it.
How
Just
much
to be
are
sure.
we on the hook for paying for their tuition? Are we paying like 100% of their cost or?
80%
80%
of
of our per pupil cost.
Sending districts, 80% of the sending district's cost goes to the receiving district.
Are we also paying for the transportation for these
No.
No
kids?
transportation in this program,
Okay.
This one
responsibility of the parent.
Yeah.
was an online course anyway, wasn't it? Is that what they said? It was at Mount Prospect?
Yeah.
wasn't this person taking
Oh, that's
online
right.
courses,
Correct.
not physically attending?
That's
Right.
right.
That's right.
Okay, so somebody want to make a motion that we recommend this article? Two?
No. I recommend I make a motion, we recommend Article 2.
Second.
Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of recommending Article 2 for the John Stark warrant, raise your hand. Opposed? That's 10-0-0. There's no minority report here. So it's basically the 80% cost risk.
I think we talked to both school boards about, with the finance people who were there, about focusing on the fact that it's a financial decision, not a philosophical one, of like whether there should be
Yeah.
open enrollment and kids should be able to go wherever, like, that's not the issue, it just opens us up to too much liability, like there is a total unknown in the budgeting process. anybody can leave anytime and you have to pay 80% of that cost.
That's, I mean, that's really the focus.
Not well thought out financially at the
Yeah,
state level.
That's correct. They didn't think
People-
about it.
People may look at it and they may say, well, I don't like that because it's 0% out, you're taking away my choice. And
Yeah.
if they zero in on that, that's really not what this is about. This is about skin in the game, getting established as open enrollment like other communities are, and seeing where the dust settles. Being able to plan your budget as we move along, and whether things change. But one thing they said was, right now, that the thing that's scaring us is that 80%.
Yes.
If you can't control how many students are coming out. But they said if the state legislature, for example, would look at it and say, the amount of money that transfers between districts is tied to the state adequacy number, that would make it more palatable and easier to manage. So you really gotta get in the game in order to see how it sorts out. Henniker voted not to do this. I think that's actually about the only one.
They did that because they had a large contingency fund, that if they had enough
Oh, okay.
squirreled away in case they have students who choose to go, they can pay for it this
Okay.
year, and then do it next year if they need to.
Okay.
Yeah, they could.
But they were worried about the backlash
They-
of what people would say, like,
Yeah.
you're taking our choice away.
Yeah.
And I know I've seen that in the news, people saying that, but it's really not, the schools aren't doing it for that reason right now. Like, I'm the first to criticize the schools about stuff, and that is not a philosophical thing.
Yeah, the choice thing sounds like a great idea, so that's why it's important that.
It's just how you pay for it. It's the problem, right?
Could be a disaster, it really could be, but.
So there's nothing else on the John Stark warrant that we need to focus on here? One thing, if I could, before we move real quick, is on the budget,
Which budget?
the John Stark budget, it failed. Anybody want to add any commentary for why we were against the budget? Any blurb, bullets? These ones are,
Mine is that the big difference between the default and proposed budget is that out-of-district coordinator position for the SAU. And I don't think it's needed for the handful of out-of-district students, and that there is room in the SAU right now with those instructional coaches that if they really needed that out-of-district coordinator, they could pull from.
from the SAU.
Yeah. I think, Bill said last year John Stark returned over 400,000, so they usually have money left over. They currently have a large contingency fund. So there's a nest egg there to pay for issues. Yeah, oh, and Lori was saying that it would be much cheaper to hire a part-time consultant to deal with some of that out-of-district placement stuff rather than hiring a full-time SAU position. Does that cover?
Somebody voted for the proposed budget. You have anything you want to, whoever, I forget who it was, want to add? It was a 9-1.
That was me.
Oh, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, Kate, you had asked me about that, right? So I wasn't big either way. I just wanted to voice the other side of the argument. So I wasn't really in favor of the reason, and especially with the being an SAU position. But at the same time, just kind of giving benefit of the doubt to the school district that they believe this is a need, and, you know, giving them that benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Not strong either way.
Okay. Okay, where's school budget, teacher's contract? No sprinklers anymore.
That was the open enrollment one on TV.
Oh, and we have to do that one too, right? Yeah, so let's just, Article 2, we can start with that one. It's
Copy and paste the reason.
Hmm?
Copy and paste the reason.
pretty much, unless we mention contingency fund, then we can't do that for where, because they don't have that, but
Fair.
if that's included. Okay, I'll make a motion that the committee vote to recommend Article 2 on the where warrant for the open enrollment plan.
Second.
Okay. Discussion, comments? Okay. All those in favor of recommending Article 2, raise your hand. Opposed?
One makes a roll.
Well, we had two.
Positive thinking.
The pace that
We
we
had two
go
that
at.
went
yeah.
quick, so.
Same reasons minus contingency fund if that's mentioned by the John Stark. Okay. Budget or teacher's contract, anybody have a preference? Budget. Article 3, budget. Who's writing up the pros and cons for the school? One of you guys, or Kate?
One of you, I
Sounds-
already write plenty.
She writes, maybe.
We'll just take it from the notes.
That's true. I'm gonna read the minutes to just get some ideas too.
Oh, I thought I was escaping this year, because it's good practice for people who are gonna.
It is, you should escape, actually. I'm all for that.
I didn't kneel on it.
You gotta,
He's full of good suggestions.
I like to.
Oh, yeah, well, Bill, but Bill.
well, Bill can,
This
Bill,
is your swan song,
No,
man. This is
Swan
lovely.
Song is, hey, let the backup, get some
get some,
using athletics.
there you go. See, it's good for all kinds of, I'm just trying to find my where budget, section here. Okay,
While you're doing that, I'll make a motion that we recommend the where budget,
I'll second.
go for it.
where school proposed
Good.
budget.
Jessica and Maria, discussion?
Let's get that.
It seems like a lot of money. What is it? It's, on this sheet it's 1045,
Yeah.
right? But it's, what's where, why, no, that
Should
is it.
still be
This is
10%.
all where's portion, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Holy crap.
We don't get to split this with.
No, this is us. Yeah, nobody else helps us on this one.
Yeah.
So,
That's it.
this is
We're on
one
the hook.
where, we were expecting maybe a
Nine.
decrease in taxes this year due to the bond being up, and instead,
It got
it's
eaten.
another 700,000 on top of the bond. It was like $1.5 million increase, so even though it says it's only a 3% increase, it's really like an 8% increase over last year because that bond is up.
What, so can you recall why they said the 900,000 got eaten up?
Insurance.
Insurance, right?
And also,
Again, insurance has to do with how they roll out those contracts and
Well, yeah,
negotiations.
it comes from the contract.
special education had a big chunk in it.
Right.
350-some thousand on special ed to 257.
Yeah, but insurance was what?
Plus we lost 370,000 in,
16.9% healthcare, 4.4% dental, and it's about 411,000 in
Yep.
premiums.
Well, another one, well, I guess this doesn't go into the default, but this is part of the proposed is that they gave raises to the non-union staff last year, even though they were on a default budget and hadn't proposed to do it. They were like, oh, there's leftover money, we're giving
Yeah.
raises. Now they're asking for that money and an additional raise in the proposed budget this year, when they shouldn't have done it last year. And then the where budget also includes part of that out-of-district position. The proposed budget includes part of that out-of-district position that,
Although
the
the
SAU.
majority of it is high school.
Yeah,
High school
yeah,
is
it
the
was-
majority.
Do you know what the raise was last year that they gave, or this year? Was it like a 1% or was it like a 3%?
no, it was, I think it was like a 5%.
how did they do
I
that?
think it was 5.
Did they,
They used it.
out of contract, it was a bonus,
It was, yeah.
right? It was not a raise,
No,
It
but
was-
this is for non-union, right?
This was for non-union.
but they didn't add it to the contract.
No, it was not added to the contract, so they need it, so it's not in the default budget, but it's in the proposed budget. So it's last year's increase
They still
plus an
paid
additional
for it.
5% this year increase in the proposed budget this year.
And that was with extra money. That was
They
with
did that with extra money.
surplus.
So the default was a little bit more than the proposed last year, but it got approved because the proposed had that transportation contract
Right.
on it. And they used that extra money to do these raises. That wouldn't go into they were just one-time kind of raises that they're now trying to get put into
Permanently.
the proposed budget so that they will go into the
But they can
default.
give raises without it going through the taxpayer, do you know what I mean? Cause a bonus would be different from a raise, a bonus is a one-time payment that they get, right?
Yeah.
But giving it,
Right,
giving
we
it-
should be clear on what it is. It was a bonus, right?
She called it a raise, but I think it was a bonus because it doesn't go into the default.
Okay.
Okay.
So who
It's not on the
decides
contract.
that? Who has the power to do that? You have principals at each of those schools, right? But does
The school board decides
board
ultimately.
can do it, or does it have to go up to
The school board
SAU?
makes all
The
those.
school board.
I'm sure it was recommended by the SAU.
It comes up to the board and then they vote on it.
Vote on it.
Is
The
there-
the SAU and the and the principals will,
You know, I have contact with people who work inside those schools. I'm not gonna get any names out, but it's so bad that they are telling their grandkids they don't want them to go to those schools, right? They work in the schools, but they don't want their own grandkids to go to those schools, right?
what?
Because they just think the whole place is a shambles and the quality of,
Oh,
the
poor,
whole thing is.
poor quality.
Poor quality,
Okay,
yeah.
yep. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yes.
Yeah.
As far as the quality goes, the schools are improving in the test scores, but we are still below state averages.
Yeah, and they were supposed to
And have
come
been for
up.
years. If you look over time, our scores are going down, except for recently. They're starting to go up a little bit based on the numbers that we have. The school board believes that's due to the lower turnover levels as a result of that $2 million labor contract that we passed, I guess, 2 years ago. And they say that over the next 3 or 4 years, total of 5 years from the time that contract was passed, that our test scores should be at state average. We're making progress, but we're not there yet.
But when they
Still
rolled
below.
out that contract, Neil,
Sorry?
when she rolled out that contract, Jackie said that they were all supposed to come up to a certain percentage, and we've got one that's still, I mean, we're not great where we've come up to, but we have one, I don't know if it's the math, but one of those is terrible.
None of them are any good.
No,
Science
but
is-
she made a big deal that with this contract, she could guarantee we would be coming up nice and high on these scores, and we did not.
No,
Rome isn't built in a day.
Yeah, you gotta give them some time. They said 5 years, and it's only finishing up year 2.
Yeah, here they are. It's booked
So
here.
but we are still doing very
36%.
poorly.
Another thing that happened in that same time is that they used COVID money to buy actually good materials for the classrooms. They went with Wit and Wisdom for language arts, and they have a whole new math program that are high-quality materials that they never had before. So I don't know if it's the materials that they have now versus the teacher contract that passed that has made the difference that we're seeing. Like, you
They
can't
happened at the same
separate them.
time.
Especially when it's all like what they're gonna say is dictated by the curriculum. The teachers are just implementing the curriculum. I don't know how much of it is the teachers versus they have a much better course to follow. And so the testing that they did this time that has showed some amount of increase is the first cohort that has made it through the new materials.
But the other thing is you have to look at, these teachers need mentors. The mentors need mentors, and now the mentors and the mentors need coaches. I mean, there seems to be a distinct problem layering people to keep deflecting where the issues are. I mean, how many people do you need to manage this?
Especially if you're a professional.
Is the increase mostly to pay for the raises for the teachers? That's the majority of the increase in the budget?
No, well, it does go up each year for the cost of the contract. Like our default is up a lot more because we have the second year of a large contract. But then the next, the teacher's contract that we'll talk about in a minute, that's the next year's increases that are also quite large.
Benefits are the big one.
Yeah, so once again, they went up, the insurance went up 16.9%, so.
It's 800,000.
There are twice,
benefits.
because where school district covers pre-K through 8th grade, there's twice as many personnel as at the high school. And we're only paying a portion of the high school because Henniker shares with us. So we pay for a lot more in Ware, because we're fully responsible for it and it's more grades.
There's a difference of 24 cents between the default and the proposed. Proposed budget will raise taxes by 68 cents, and the default budget will raise taxes by 24 cents less. 24 cents is a truck. You can, whatever you want to say.
Yep.
The school district does not have a contingency fund as Stark does. But they do have some money set aside, and other articles will consolidate it into a special education fund, which, while it's not a contingency fund, could be used for those expenses should they turn out to be higher than anticipated. In Hillsborough, I know Bill made some comments about that. Hillsborough's not there. The Hillsborough budget actually went down, actually decreased the number.
That can happen.
Yes, that can happen. In Hillsborough, their student population dropped, and they reduced their budget. In Ware, the student population over the last 5 years is going down, but on an absolute and a percentage basis, our costs are going up.
This is that sheet that we handed out
That was helpful.
for Ware. And where the
Last couple of years, pretty flat.
30% increase between 2020 and 2025, but it's about 6% adjusted for inflation. But our enrollment went down 9.8%.
Yeah, it's pretty flat in the last couple of few years.
Down 10%, yeah.
It's down 9% over
Yeah,
5
last-
years.
5 years.
Yeah, but I meant the last 2 or 3, I think
It's been steady.
Pretty
It's been steady, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And who knows whether it's going to go up or go down in the future, although based on our population trends for births as opposed to deaths,
Down.
it's not there.
So this sheet says, the budgets have gone up 6%, enrollment's gone down 10%, 9.8 over a 5-year period,
Yeah, right.
which
So-
is a better look than just 2 years. It's better to look over time.
From my point of view, it's more than I think is affordable. I'm certain the school can run on the default budget. They'll have to make some adjustments. And they probably won't be able to give the salary increases they'd like to give, but I suspect they'll find the money to provide a 3% raise for their non-union employees. And life will go on.
Well, if the contract passes,
The school needs to have a message that they can't continue to expend more money as the population goes down. It's not tenable, and they have to figure out different ways to do things and still produce well-educated students.
Yes, I agree with that.
I think you're right, because when you look at the number of people in town and the town budget, the number of people the school serves and the school's budget, it's totally out of whack. And you can say we've got special ed and things like that, but there comes a point where you have to straighten out the money and take care of business, and you need the town to get the schools to function.
How many instructor coaches do they have and where?
3.
It's at the SAU and the
they're shared, but
Yeah,
I think it was 3 positions. They said 2 for Ware, 1 for John Stark.
Well, you got
But
Stoddard,
it could-
no, they're.
It's Stoddard.
Oh, they got Stoddard.
You've got-
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Stoddard, they should-
You're
This is an SAU position,
Yes.
so we can't control it anyways, right?
No, it
We
says
can,
meaning-
to the extent that there is our share of that position in the proposed budget, but not in the default budget.
Okay.
And if we don't approve the proposed budget, the SAU could still make that higher, but they couldn't charge it to Ware.
Correct.
Okay.
One thing I did ask, well, a couple things I asked when the schools presented it, which is more important, your budget or your contract? I didn't think I did an answer, but I did, the contract. What's more important than the budget?
That was true 2 years ago as well. That was the same answer from 2 years ago, too.
Yeah.
The budget went down that year.
Yeah. And, second thing I did ask was, if you don't get your proposed budget, what's gonna be the impact? What can't you do? And the answer was, I may have to cut a position, I may have to cut positions. Which I didn't answer, I just smiled. You know, pretty much I said, that's what we want you to do. Is not, and I'm not saying teachers in the classroom, but yeah, we mentioned our group coaches, but that's always, you know, the one I throw up there. But it's up to the school district and the school board to say, where can we take some, a turn on that wrench to cut down on the administrative overhead positions? Because you take one or two of those, that'll pay for the first year of the contract. You know, you talk about salary and benefits, but there seems to be an unwillingness. Everything that's there is a need, gotta have, not a want. There's gotta be something. I mean, when we all have our own budgets at home, we say, this is a need, and this over here would be nice to have. I don't categorize all, say, I gotta keep paying it, I gotta have all this. And I wish that mentality would break through at the school level to say, where can we, maybe Hillsborough did, you know, as an example.
They eliminated some
Okay.
positions.
But, and a year ago, Stark did eliminate some positions, in fairness to them, because it was
Two.
population, a course or whatever, or we can pick a teacher. And I'm not saying it has to be a teacher, but there are other positions which should be looked at. So if they are unwilling to do that when they present a budget, maybe if they don't get the budget, that's one way of getting positions reduced.
Anybody want to speak in favor of passing the budget, or recommending, sorry, the budget? No? Okay. Because all my notes here are on the other side, so.
Let's vote.
Yep.
Well, no, because then we'll know who, then we can force them to speak.
That's true, well, if they want to. Okay, motion is to, for the committee to recommend the Ware School
Second.
District proposed budget.
We already have a motion.
We already have it.
Yep. Vote.
I need a magnet.
You're okay.
Any other comments? Maria?
Those eyes.
No, I don't have any other comments.
She just wants you to call the vote.
That's- All those in favor of the committee recommending the Ware School District proposed budget, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, that motion failed, 0 to 10. Motion for the committee to not recommend the Ware School District proposed budget. Need a second.
Second.
Jessica? All those in favor of not? Opposed? Okay, 0, 10, 0. Oh,
You still, is your hand was up.
Are you a no or a yes?
I know where he's at.
No, I'm against the motion, excuse me, I'm in favor of the motion of not recommending.
Yes.
Because it
Don't
was
accuse
hanging
him
up there
of
for both of us.
So th-
No.
There's no minority
No,
report
on this one.
on that one. There won't be a minority report.
Next.
So minority does not have to speak.
I make a motion to recommend the Ware teacher contract.
I second.
I want to see where we stand. We're at 5.31. School default budget, John Stark default budget, pretty much where we were earlier, except for we voted to recommend the support contract for Stark and the technical.
So this is including the town stuff too?
This is including all the town stuff that we voted on already. Okay, last item. For the first time through anyways. And we're in a motion, correct?
Sorry,
Yes.
Carrie motion.
Jessica, second?
I can if nobody
Oh,
else.
who seconded?
Did I guess?
I don't know.
I thought you did.
I was like, I
I
know,
will
it was
take it. I
like
don't care. I'll
2 minutes
take it
ago and
for
I don't
people.
even know.
I thought it was like right after me.
Yeah, yes, I did, yes.
Okay. Mike, am I hearing things?
Just like, let's go.
I know.
We do have to talk about, I think, fund consolidation, Article 5 after this. They want to consolidate some funds. There is a financial money moving around, so I think we should talk about whether we should recommend it or not, but.
Aren't we talking about?
No, I'm saying after this.
We will.
Sorry. Yeah, so we're on Article 4, sorry, I should have done that. Teacher contract.
At least we're under the illusion this is it.
This is a 5% average increase per year, 2-year agreement. They put 3% to the grid each year, I think evenly across the whole grid, 3%. And they're giving $3,375 per year off-grid, right? So it's an even distribution of an increase, no matter what your
And
level.
With a step increase, when you talk about in between steps, basically they come out about 5.1% pay hike per year. If they go up a step, the grid goes up 3% each year on the grid, and then they go up a step. The individual's already in the system, we get
So the way that people fell on the grid, it turns out to be about a 5% increase.
5%.
There's a 3% increase, but not all steps are being utilized the same way. Some people are getting the 3% plus going up a level.
Is this 5.2% per
Say
year?
it's all we can do.
Yes.
They said 5% average per year.
I guess, I don't know.
And and what's the current status?
We're
The
idiots.
contract was completed last time, right?
No,
No.
Where?
this is the one that passed,
Where's
and
2
they
years
got
ago.
very large
finishing up the big one?
Yeah, they got a big one.
Now,
They're getting another
now they're back to
Every 2 years.
kind of what,
5% each of the next
Each
2 years.
What-
More than that, it's
What is
more than
the,
five.
what is the increase per step on the steps? Forgetting about the contract. If somebody moves up from step 3 to step 4.
It's 3% across all grid cells got increased by 3%, right?
But I think he's saying taking that out, if somebody, like, if that,
Step to step to
without
step.
that, if you move from one step to
Oh, the
another,
difference
what's the
between the
increase?
steps. So the tread, I guess you'd call it.
The other thing we come back to is the fact that there is not getting them to pay more of their insurance premiums, and that is a big cost to us.
Yeah.
There are no negotiations on that with these people. And that is a huge, huge tax increase. It's a big impact.
Or like, that's the bulk of the default increase, is
Yes.
their,
If I go from step 2 to
healthcare.
step
Premium, yeah,
3,
insurance.
or step 8 to step 9,
I won't vote
On
for
the
it just
current
because
scale,
they do not
what's my
negotiate
increase?
on the insurance.
those are examples of how much it would be on the current scale.
they also have other positions, like, they're not, people aren't leaving.
people are not,
People are not leaving. They have praised this previous contract and said the school board has.
Which is a good thing.
Right, they've said the teachers are staying, we haven't had the turnover we had, they're not having issues right now. So like it was so big last time because they were having issues. And what that catch-up that we did last time is apparently worked to keep them.
3%.
So I feel like if that worked to keep them, then we should only be moving them up a little.
okay, just some information. This contract costs $384,000 in its first year, and $362,000 in the second year.
Is that added to the 384 or not?
Yes.
The total contract costs taxpayers $1,130,000 for the 2 years. And it permanently increases the budget of the school district by $746,000 a year, almost $750,000 every year, even if the teachers never got another raise.
Yep.
Obviously, if they didn't get another raise, but they continued going up on the scale, that would be a 3% increase per year for each teacher.
And they gave
So,
nothing up.
The contract that we approved, the big one, was something like a $2 million bump.
Yes.
A permanent bump increase in the salary scale. This is another $750,000. I think it's wrong. I think in this case, where teachers should do what the Hillsborough teachers did, and accept the 1% raise for the first year only of a 2-year contract, in effect continuing the contract, so they will get their steps and they will go up 3% each year of the contract, assuming that's inflation. If in fact inflation is different, then we need to make an adjustment. But inflation now is 3%, so it's pretty, I think, fair for the teachers to get a 3% raise. But this contract gives them 5.2% raise, I know it's higher than that, 5.2% raise, and that's more than is fair.
Average, yeah.
Also, they're not giving anything on the insurance. They've got a Cadillac plan, they have a 5% cost, and we are getting creamed by it.
Okay, what's the premium contribution for where? Is it 95? I mean, is it 5%?
We pay
5%.
95, they pay 5. And unlike other towns where the spouse or the family would pay like an additional 20%, it's 5% straight across the board.
Whether you have an individual plan or a
Correct.
two-person or a family.
Most towns step it, but
And they pay part of the deductible, right?
I'm so sorry.
And they pay part of the deductible, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
that's still not much.
I don't know about
I'm
that.
saying the school pay, like, the school's paying that much of the premium and they're also paying part of the deductible.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one. I had to look at the contract. Did somebody read the contract on the Ware side?
I-
Is it 95%?
We should be,
Because
we should be
95%,
sure,
yes.
if we're gonna, okay. If we're gonna say anything about that in the blurb.
I didn't know that that was true for the teachers.
Yes,
You had mentioned a similar scale, and was that Hillsborough that you were?
Well, I don't know what the Hillsborough scale is. I know
Okay.
that the Hillsborough teachers agreed to a 2-year contract where they're getting a 1% increase in the first year. Obviously, they would be moving up a step so that their actual increase in the first year, if the 3% step, would be 4%, but then only another 3% in the second year of the contract.
So yeah, there's able to continue to get their step increases and their COLAs without adding these extra costs to the grid.
Right.
And the risk of not getting the contract, you know, if they don't get the contract, they don't move up steps for the next 2 years.
So if the Ware teacher's contract simply said, we got a contract, and that's all it said, and every teacher would get a step increase, which is the 3%, which is fair. And that's a separate issue from the one Laura brought up
Right.
of the health insurance.
but it all makes the same package, and that's part of the
Well,
issue.
Yeah, they both are reason to vote no.
And
I
I
was-
specifically asked Jackie about that, and they did not do any negotiations on the insurance.
How's the benefits that we offer compared to other towns? Are we
They have a very
similar,
good plan.
different?
I think
It's
she
better
said it
than our
was
town plan.
basically, I asked what type of insurance they have and whether that's what they use, like, in the state, and that, yes, they're getting the same health insurance.
Okay.
This is the proposed contract, if you want to just try to.
And it's
interpret
superior
what
to
they're
our
saying
town
about
employees.
medical benefits, and then you get no
No, in no event should the district's obligation exceed
Lori, I don't think
80%.
Pardon me?
It's 80 or 95, depending on which plan they pick.
Right.
Employees
They
not
don't have
eligible, the
anything to
district,
do with, their deductible, as far as I know.
and then, so that 85 to 90, depending on, 80 to 95, health savings is,
I think, isn't
Yeah.
the 80 was 80% one was if you were not doing the HSA one, it was like the full Cadillac plan, and they were trying to disincentivize that,
Yeah.
but there were just a few people, I think it was only a handful of people taking
Yeah,
that
they're going
80%
to-
one, almost everybody was on the 95%
Yeah.
HSA.
right,
But they've shifted people to the HSA plan
It's because it's cheaper for
because
the,
it's cheaper
Yeah.
for the school district.
yeah,
And the people.
and the people, yeah.
right, Luminos is the plan that has an HSA, it's 95%, and it's 50% of the deductible. But that is, oh, in Ware, that's gonna
In
stay.
Ware, it's gonna stay.
John Stark, it's phasing out, I think, right? It's, well, it would be here for 2 more years in the Ware teacher.
Yeah, I think they'll end up, I think the plan is to eventually change that to 100% premium and 0 deductible.
Eventually, yeah, they're gonna get that into Ware eventually, right?
On the HSA plan.
Yes.
Yeah, which is almost everybody is on that.
So long story short, instead of giving them like a PPO plan, they're giving them a high deductible plan, but putting the amount that it would cost for the deductible into a health
Half,
savings account.
half of it.
Or a
Correct.
portion of it, so that way they can pay the deductible out of that, so they're only paying half of the deductible they would be required to for their health.
Yeah.
Correct.
But
So it's
they're
not
gonna-
like
They're gonna get away from
it's a
that.
high deductible plan, it's not an HSA plan, the HSA is a health
Right,
savings
right.
account.
Right,
I think
it's
right.
not a
The
HSA
language
plan.
is not
Yeah.
correct here,
But
so.
the advantage of that is that people are more careful in using healthcare.
With their claims,
Sure.
Claims go down.
that's the
Is that
idea.
concept?
yes.
Well, that would certainly be a result of that kind of plan, right? For most of us, maybe some people wouldn't think about it, you know. Most of us say, hey, where's my money going here? Do I need to spend this or not? Am I spending it at the right place?
Right.
You know?
Well,
If
it's
you
if
have no
they're like
deductible,
co-pays, if you're responsible for something, then
you
you.
still have co-pays.
Yeah,
Are likely to shop around too.
yeah.
That's the idea that was expressed by the superintendent, was to change behavior a little bit. More conservative behavior on claims.
But by judging from what we're paying out in premiums and the exposure rate, that's not happening.
I think we can vote here.
Yes.
Everybody kind of feels the same way on this one, I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
Call the question.
There's one way to
make a
find out.
statement,
Call the
or
question, yeah.
Vote. Where
Have a motion?
everybody, you better-
We have a motion.
We have a motion. Thank you.
I know.
Thanks for helping.
Feel like a deja vu
I
there.
just gotta look at Jessica. Jessica, do we have a motion? All those in favor of the committee recommending the Ware teachers' contract, raise your hand. All those opposed? Abstain? Okay, 0, 10.
I did.
Oh, what did you do?
I
We're
didn't-
fast enough.
I actually was gonna vote for it.
You can vote for it.
Yeah. I
You can.
would.
Yeah. Do you still want to?
Those are yes.
Either one.
So 190,
I'll be one.
that motion fails.
Yep.
You're gonna give a minority report?
Yeah.
Okay. You
No,
don't have to.
But don't we have to do the opposite way?
general-
Yes, I'm going to.
Finish the, yeah.
I'll just ask.
Try to do the opposite.
Yeah. Okay,
Before we all-
motion to, for the committee to not recommend the Ware School District Teachers
Second.
contract. Lori, all those in favor of not recommending the contract, raise your hand.
Yep.
Neil, are you, all those opposed? 910, motion carries.
I know, I call it my swan song. Very free with my money now.
You would,
And everybody else's, I guess.
Is that your minority report?
Yeah, no,
I'm out of here, I'm through with my money now. The judge's gonna be like, who is
Bill's
this guy?
answer is he has lots
I
of.
can tell you why, I can tell you why I said that, because,
Oh.
I don't
Tom, are you
think
wait, pause, Tom, are you getting this? Aren't you writing
I
this?
am.
I'm not, but I'm taking notes.
Okay,
I,
sorry, Bill, go ahead.
No, I think there's been improvement in the direction they're going, and I don't know if it's all attributed to the teachers, but we have less turnover. We're on a rise on growth and test scores. It's gonna take time, and I'm gonna buy in and give them the benefit of the doubt. And I'm gonna try to keep the staff stable, because I think that's creating a better environment in the school to have a success here in a couple of years. So I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, and hope the trend continues so that we don't return to where we were with mass exoduses and turmoil. So that's, yep.
That's good. All right,
What's next?
do we wanna look at, do we need to look at Article 5?
Sure.
Consolidation of funds, and I think John Stark had one too,
Yep.
that we
To
missed?
do
Yeah, I think
consolidation
so.
with,
Article 8 and John Stark,
yeah, they're both going into special ed, both school districts.
they're going to the special ed.
I think this is a no-brainer. It takes a whole bunch of funds that are small amounts of money in different funds for different purposes and puts them into the one fund, the special ed fund, which is the one which is needed because special ed expenses are so unpredictable and so variable. And there's no cost to taxpayers.
Do you think, though, that this could lead to a trend for them to keep making new and improved funds that they don't spend from, and then they do stuff like this with it?
I doubt it, since we have to, voters have to approve each one of those.
You can
new
stop
additional
those from
funds.
happening, yeah. And it's going towards special education? These are small funds that are being consolidated for the benefit of special education contingency, or just,
They said it's into the special education trust fund.
Trust fund.
They said that it's money that is not being used right now. There's money in areas where we don't need it that could be used in an area where we really do need it.
yep. Is this, is the John Stark one similar, like the same concept as the Ware one? Are they virtually the same?
Two funds that have been there for years, one of them since, I think, 1988,
Yep,
and another one, and they both go into special ed.
they're both going to special ed.
Yep. So water and sewer one, and capital, I think they described it. But it's both going into the same thing, both going into the same thing.
They're stagnant funds, right? They're not continually growing.
No.
They're just,
That's,
I
yeah.
think
Could
they
be like
had-
a one-time
had
thing.
money seeded into them at one point and it hasn't been used
and they specially call out those funds.
yeah,
Okay.
they have the specific funds listed.
Any other discussion on benefits or
I
cons to
motion
this?
to recommend the Ware Article 5 as written.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just looking. All those in favor of the committee recommending where Article 5, the consolidation of funds, raise your hand. Any opposed? 10-0-0, that passes. Motion carries.
I make a motion to recommend the John Stark Article 5 as written.
Yes, Article 8.
No, 5.
Oh, 5.
Wait, John Stark?
Article 5.
Yeah, we
Same
skipped it.
thing, only it's from John Stark.
We skipped it earlier.
Um,
Is it Article 5 on both sides?
it's
Is it,
8.
is it 8?
Isn't it 8?
Oh,
It is 8.
in John Stark, it's 8.
Okay.
Like, I know I'm tired, but
Yeah, we
I
just,
make a motion to recommend John Stark Article 8.
Second.
discussion? All those in favor of recommending John Stark Article 8, consolidation of funds, raise your hand. Any opposed? That passes at 10-0-0.
I think just when whoever's writing the blurb for that, be clear, because it says raise and appropriate a sum, but it is actually no tax impact. The way they had to word it legally is weird, and makes it sound like it's gonna raise taxes, so just when we write that,
It's raise and appropriate from the merge,
but yeah, it's from the merge.
then that's 100%? Because the language is,
Yes, that is the
To-
full amount of those
the
funds.
total amount of these discontinued funds in
If
reserve.
they discontinue them, they would go back to the taxpayer, but instead you're raising it from what was discontinued. And so it sounds weird, but
It's out general fund in. It's like a
yeah,
4-step,
yeah,
3-step process.
yeah, they do it all in one day.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no tax impact, they're just moving the money, but this was the way they had to do it. And so-
Because people are gonna read that and be like,
I know,
Yeah,
that's why
the
I think it's
raise.
worthwhile to
Um,
like say in our blurb,
It simply moves the
it's
money from
moving
these
the money,
funds.
it's just legalese, you know.
That word raise is probably gonna.
Throw some people.
and it's in bold too.
Oh.
I don't know,
John Stark folded it.
I don't know why it's in bold, but it is. But discontinue is in bold too, so. All right, those two are not on the sheet, but we'll write blurbs for them.
Now, do we have to recall something? Were we gonna rediscuss?
Where do we stand right now?
5.3,
Wait a second, we are on Article 6, aren't we? Oh,
for where?
where Article 6?
What is it?
Didn't we just vote on Article 5?
5, well, yeah, so do we need to vote on Article 6? I mean,
It says an estimated tax impact, which suggests that there is a financial aspect to this.
it's property being
Right, and
moved.
since since
Well, that's
they're
the
talking
property
about a
line.
tax impact, I think the finance committee should weigh in.
Well, they say that on every article, zero, something, some number.
That's
No?
true, that's true. But if we don't, presumably, then we retain the parcel, and
If-
it's worth some amount of money, so it's, in one sense, there is dollars involved.
Which one are we on?
Six on John, on
There-
where?
There was an error in some conveyance that was made some years ago that we need to fix. .63 acre parcel.
So they will give the land back to who it belongs to, essentially.
So what if we say no?
If the voters say no, then this guy doesn't have a clear title to his land and can't sell it.
I would hate to be
Oh.
in that position.
That's
So-
awful.
Well, then it's gonna be lawsuit time, right?
Yeah,
huge
that's
lawsuit,
true.
which
We made a
comes
clerical
back to
That's
our
what
friends,
it-
the
Is there
taxpayers.
a
That's what
direct
the tax
financial
impact happens.
impact?
Well, if it's a lawsuit, then yeah.
That's indirect, right?
There would be no direct
Yeah.
financial gain or loss if this article is passed or this article fails. However, there could be tangential ones, in the sense, legal expenses.
So then do we weigh in on a tangential financial?
Well, there might be a real
scenario.
one. So do the schools pay property tax on their property?
No,
No.
So if the school has had this all the time when a private citizen should have had the land, they should have been paying property taxes on it.
Half an
And-
acre.
Right, but it
Yeah.
hasn't been paid.
No, I know.
And the school hasn't been paying it, so, or maybe they have been paying it because they thought they owned it, I don't know. But there is a tax thing there.
Still indirect, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a little-
Well, we should want it to pass because the new owner of the land potentially will be paying property tax.
That's your point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but a private citizen paying property taxes isn't really in the realm of what we're trying to decide on, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's downstream
We're talking about
financial
public
impact
money, not
benefit
private
for the
money.
town, but is it, where's the line for us, I guess?
Yeah, it doesn't.
I was kind of hoping we could just avoid this one and just.
I don't-
say
I agree.
it's
Is
administrative.
it worth, like, are we allowed to put an explanation,
We can,
even if we don't vote on it, just to try to
No.
clarify?
No,
it?
not
because
really.
We don't wanna be on the hook for anything legally that we say, because this is not our fight.
But not saying something could put us legally on the hook,
No, it
right?
can't.
Well, not
No.
us, but the town.
That's the
Yeah, but we're
town's
not the
problem.
I don't think we're legally on the hook. I think we have a mandate from the town to do a certain thing, and we shouldn't exceed that mandate.
Right.
We're supposed to deal with things that affect property taxes.
And this
think I'm-
does affect property
Yeah, I'm
tax,
feeling
right?
bad for whoever owns this piece of land, and that they're gonna be dependent on the voters to understand something
But-
that's difficult.
this has no direct impact on the tax rate that our
Oh,
recommendations will
fair.
drive up or down.
Too small of a,
So, well, it's also not direct either, I mean, there could
well,
be,
it's revenue.
yeah, but it doesn't, it's
think
revenue
it's
back
a
to the town, which lowers the tax
It
rate,
is
but
minimal.
think
It's
it's a
a drop
stretch.
in the
it's not,
ocean.
and it's
yeah.
also not in our table to directly impact tax rates.
If somebody reads this, if they don't just look at the tax rate impact being zero, it says, to correct an error in a prior conveyance.
They would be fine with it.
Yeah.
It's
It's
not- I don't think it's anything we should be billing. I think it's an
Yeah.
administrative.
Does it say error in here?
Administrative correction.
Yeah, leave it alone.
We gotta stay out of it.
Well, if it's an error, I wouldn't personally wanna say I don't recommend this, cause it was an error. It should be corrected.
But
That, in
can't
my
the
mind.
finance committee just say the finance committee does not weigh in on this because it's,
We just leave it blank.
yeah, we just
We've
don't
done that
do anything.
before.
Like all the other ones.
We've done it before.
Okay, and the last one is on where is a petition, so,
That's not for us either.
No.
I mean, we've weighed in on petitions before, but,
The petition?
The only, most of this is an explanation. The only thing that is actionable, shall we call on legislators to protect taxpayers by requiring the Education Freedom Account program to provide fiscal and education performance reports comparable to those required in public schools, and by limiting
Oh.
eligibility to families with demonstrated financial needs. This is a request that goes to the state legislature
We don't do that with
That-
people who homeschool, for God's sake.
and has nothing to do with where.
it's a property
The rest
tax
of-
complaint.
The rest of this is a political diatribe
Yeah, exactly.
indicating whatever it is the petitioners think is
Right.
important or not.
Somebody who's not in favor of the FAA.
They're not petitioning for $10,000 for fireworks, which was, last year, that was a petition article.
Right,
This year, it's not, but there was money involved last year with the fireworks. We weighed in because it was a petition
Yeah.
to
This is
compel
not-
the board to spend the money. This year, the board agreed they would ask for it.
But this is not our fight.
This is open-ended.
Whether this passes or fails has no impact on where it passes,
Correct.
Agree.
at least this year.
And nobody is compelled to do anything about it if it passes, right?
Correct.
Nobody,
Yes, the school board has to send it to the state legislature,
the paragraph.
the paragraph, yes.
Who can then promptly ignore it?
Correct.
Well, in one sense, I suppose you could say there's at least a 73-cent, that's what its current stamps cost, cost of tax.
We should weigh
They
in
have
on
that
this.
somewhere in their budget.
I think we're stretching it here, guys. We
I
have
think
that.
email will be used, Neil.
Now, did we have to go back on anything for the town?
Well, we had talked about potentially revoting the cruiser. I don't know if we want to revisit that at
Are
this
we
point. Because we wanted to
comfortable?
finish everything else first.
Yeah, where are we on tax percentages?
It's 5 point,
In a very reasonable
5.3.
position in my mind.
I think five.
Reasonable, at 5%?
Well, it's 14% to start with, 10%.
No, wait a second, hey, you're taking credit for 5%, you shouldn't take credit for it. It was 9 point something to start with.
9.5.
And you said it typically reduces by 2, right?
Yeah.
If that all things
Last
hold.
couple of years,
Can-
we've come in here and it's actually gone to 2% less.
can we
Where does it
highlight
go
the
on a house of
yeses?
400,000?
Excuse me? 450 increase.
Can we look at the yeses that have a tax impact?
Right here?
If we can just highlight them maybe in bold, or maybe move the yeses into the middle, or make it a little easier to see.
How's this?
Oh, perfect. So overall, we have the John Stark support.
Yep. Career education, career technical ed, Ware Town budget, fire scale, plow truck, road reconstruction, cruiser, 3% for the non-union, and veterans.
What would happen to the 5.31% if we had, if the Ware budget were a default?
$3.96.
Dropped down by 25%, from 5.2 to 4.
We, drop down 25%, is that what you're saying?
Instead of a 5.2% tax increase, it would
Yeah,
be a
20 to
4%
25%
tax
drop.
increase, roughly.
Which one are you looking at?
If we voted to support the Ware proposed budget.
No, the other way around. If we,
Tank the where.
We voted
not
not
support,
one.
yeah,
Okay.
if we went default.
It was
We
default.
voted to
Yeah.
support.
Yes.
Which is what we did.
Oh, we
Right.
go down to like
If
4.
we changed our minds and voted for the default budget,
Yeah.
we would change the percentage of tax increase from 5.2% to 4%.
I can't roll with that.
What did we,
Employees still get increases, you still get a cruiser, you still get a plow truck,
Road reconstruction.
road construction, yeah. You get the,
raises for non-union?
yeah, you still get all the raises.
Veterans.
And the fire raises, like you get all of that.
What's the lowest
Four
priority?
defaults in a row is not acceptable.
What's the lowest priority?
Yeah, if we had to rank these in priority of, like, what's the top priority that we absolutely must pass.
You can do that.
According to who?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if we shout one out, or maybe we'll do the top three.
Well, the town asked for the budget, the cruiser, and the plow truck. The schools asked for their contract, am I correct?
I think so.
So now, are we going with what we think is most important? Is that what you're
That's
asking?
our job.
Mine's
Not
road
what they think is
reconstruction.
Yeah, that's, I meant to put the one in there and I put it in the wrong one.
See, and I live on a dirt road, so I really don't care.
I care because Jason talked about how it is the most expensive part of our town. It is the.
Bad money,
it is
good money.
The
Yeah.
most
It's,
important asset we have.
Yeah.
Nothing else can happen without
It's
the
$1
roads.
million a mile
It
to
doesn't
fix a
matter if
road.
we
All
have police cars or plow trucks or anything if they can't drive on the roads.
right, we're
But they
talking,
can plow dirt roads, so I'm fine with that.
they can.
But the dirt roads are more expensive to maintain than the
they're not.
asphalt ones. Yes, they are. He gave a presentation
Well,
about how much
if
it
you,
costs.
but if you include that initial
The initial
upfront
cost to get
cost,
them to
then,
that point. But
right.
we do
Yes.
have
The
a lot
millions
of
of
paved
dollars
roads
for
at this
asphalt.
point.
is there something up there that somebody wants to reconsider? Because I think we need to have a vote to reconsider,
John.
right? And if you can't get a majority vote to reconsider, we're done.
Till Tuesday.
I'd like to move,
Right.
reconsider our vote on the Ware Town budget.
I'll second.
Anybody want a second? Okay.
Yeah.
Discussion? Or you wanna vote on that?
So
Just
the
vote.
question now is only to reconsider.
Yep.
If-
To open it up.
If you vote yes on this, we will then have another discussion on the Ware Town budget.
We'll beat it
If
up
you vote
again.
no,
Right.
that's
I
it.
know, I don't,
No,
Okay, call the question.
All those in favor of reconsidering our vote on the Ware Town budget, raise your hand. All those opposed?
And it was
That
8-2 before.
Going party lines?
I do like the drop to 4% then.
It is nice, but I'm looking at that 2% gap, that unknown flavor of 2% below our pick, which if that's 5, that's down to 3.
You're
But
still
if that-
above-
if
you're
it
still above
holds.
COLA though.
Well, I know.
And you can't tell the voters that.
well, he just
No,
did
no,
if
we
they
can't.
watch this.
We can,
We generally put in
we
the
have a general
preamble,
language.
the preamble in that language.
in the preamble text,
But we never in the preamble have put in a percentage.
no, we say that revenues
No, just say
generally
If revenues
tend,
come in higher than anticipated, this could be lower.
which they tend to do, and we say that kind of
Yeah,
thing,
say that.
that's Bill's,
Mealy mouth language.
Bill's,
It's general language,
He's,
not general.
he's proud of it.
you can't, can I change, or are you looking at something? Okay. I just wanna,
don't we have to vote on
put
minutes?
that back in and just look at this.
We did that in the
You
beginning.
did minutes in the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
It was so long ago, it's hard to
I know.
remember.
I think we're,
It's been too long. It's been 1,000 years.
Is there
I mean, I
anything
can live
else?
with 3.31 myself, if that holds. That's, usually my number is the 4, personally. 4 is my limit, if I can get away, if we can get away
You're
with it.
5-2 now, but you're
But I'm-
solving your conscience by saying there's gonna be a 2%
Yeah, yeah, I'm making myself feel
revenue
better.
increase. Okay.
Does anyone have anything else that they would like to
Thank
reconsider
you.
at this time?
yeah. If not, we should all go think
Yes,
about
we
it.
need to
Can we
adjourn.
find out when our next meeting is? and what we're
Tuesday.
gonna do
It's
there?
Tuesday at
No, we may not.
6:30. And our mission is to,
Finalize.
finish, finalize the language.
What are you doing if we're having a blizzard?
If the storm of the century hasn't killed us all
By
over
Tuesday?
here.
It should be
No,
fine by
Tuesday will be
Tuesday
fine.
night.
We should be good.
It's
yeah.
Monday, that's probably gonna be,
It's Sunday night into Monday, Sunday into Monday.
Read on Sunday and Monday.
Yeah, we'll be fine, the sun will be
you're not
shining.
like frozen in your house.
Assuming we have power.
Storm of the century?
Well, that's what the
Last
news is
4 years.
reporting.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I believe that?
Maybe if you're in Virginia.
It's the 6th one this century.
2 years ago.
Oh, yeah,
And
that's
we had no power, and we still had an election.
And no
Voted?
heat and, yeah.
Yeah, in 24
Yes.
hours.
I had
Yeah,
to dig
36
my
inches.
car out
You
after.
did, that's right, yeah.
There's a lot of
John
people that were
Lewis
upset
did
about
the
that.
election, scandal.
Yeah, because my car
Yeah.
was there all day. It was wet snow and I couldn't go out to get and move my car because I would have gotten soaked and there was no heat, so I would have froze to death. So at the end of the day, they had plowed my car and I almost couldn't get home.
I had to go to Country Three Corners and buy flashlights, because we were at the tables, and we couldn't
Yeah.
see the books, and the voters couldn't see the books. So, and we put little puck lights on the floor, remember that?
And then they finally got some lighting and there were like cords down the hall, remember that?
Yeah, the generator, we're off topic.
I had a bring it baby.
Is there any other business to conduct tonight? Any,
Am I supposed to write the school?
No.
No.
Carrie, you were doing the
Yeah, I-
town one.
Yeah.
Some good neighbor should pick up the
You do,
responsibility
hanging
for the
down on the
school.
other
Some,
side.
not,
I'm already doing the minutes.
Here.
We'll
There it
just
is.
grab them from the minutes, I'm sure it'll be fine.
I did both ones.
I'll
2 years ago.
Sleep it, I did.
I'm not the one right after school because I
are we-
voted against. Well, no, I
No,
voted the majority on this one. I'll take it, I'll
you
take
would
a
write
go
both.
at it. Will you send me the minutes?
You think you go at it?
copy and paste.
Yeah.
You gonna do it?
These are just a couple of blurbs.
These are the big ones.
Haley's coming, once every 75 years.
77, man.
We'll call you Haley.
Don't short Haley.
So our next meeting is Tuesday night at 6:30 to finish the language. We'll present the language on the screen.
Will you, in the meantime, Tom, will you send us a copy
And
of
we,
that spreadsheet?
yes,
Okay.
and as soon as possible, the draft language.
Okay.
You've already sent some out.
Yep, I'll
If you have
update and
refinements,
send it back out.
Right.
I didn't get that either.
Are you serious?
You get my
I
stuff.
got-
I got your stuff, I didn't get anything from Elizabeth and I didn't get anything from you. I'm wondering if it's
So-
getting into my spam.
I took a previous email that went out
Did you
to
get my
everyone
email?
and replied all and then just
Last
deleted
year
the previous.
No.
Checking my spam
I
folder
think
right now,
so.
My latest email.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it's all our
I
fault.
did get one from you.
The format
Today.
I just got one from you.
Okay, so Kyle, you should have that one.
Carrie
also.
sent out hers for-
Is Kyle
Oh.
on the
I didn't
email?
know how to get in.
Hold
there.
on, we're not adjourned yet.
Put in
One
the
second,
corrections
sorry.
and changes that I was supposed to suggest.
What?
Okay.
To what? The language or the
The language?
spreadsheet?
No, the spreadsheet, you can send it out in a form so that we could play with it. But
I do.
Carrie sent out some language and I wanted to make some changes, but I couldn't do it.
Because it was
I
a
didn't know how
it was a
to do it.
PDF. Was it a PDF?
It was,
not
Word.
in my spam.
But I also copied it and pasted it into the email, I thought,
Yeah.
like as text, so you could copy and paste that, put it in whatever
You gotta
you
get
had
off
to print it
AOL. You're
out.
off AOL, right? No?
I don't have AOL.
Couldn't get off it.
You can open a PDF in Word these days.
It was a Word document, I could have sworn.
Which,
Well, I
yeah,
think you have to have.
I
it
don't
created.
remember, I can't remember, but
Whatever you do, can
Mine's
you
a
do it in
fairly
the
old
format so we can use yours as a base and
It's-
then work
it is
off
a
of that? If we
office.
wanted
yeah,
to
we'll
change
we'll
it.
just all send it in Word.
Yeah.
Okay.
What am I
Maria,
sending you
did
though?
come in at 6:30.
Oh,
Comments?
I'm doing John Star.
Told you I was
Whatever,
lying
whatever
to you.
you're doing.
I'm gonna put a
whatever
star
Carrie
next to it
is
so it
doing,
doesn't
Okay.
go in my
Star my
spam.
email.
any changes.
I'll
Gold star
Do it
for
in a
the
way that
day.
I can-
Yep, I'll put it into into
thing.
the email and then also make the attachments, that's what I thought I did before, but.
Word and,
I swear to God,
Word
these
and
just
cut
came
and
in
paste.
today, though.
All right, we're still in the meeting, so anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Any opposed? We're adjourned. Kyle, can you?
Yes.
I'm